Humans merging with AI, the ability to control the weather, reinstating extinct species. These are just a few of the things that will happen in the next 100 years. Hop in our time machine and get ready for a wild ride as we travel decade by decade, exploring what humanity will look like in terms of technology, space exploration, and more. 2025 to 2035. In just the next 10 years, we're going to see some incredible progress in terms of space travel. SpaceX will be sending humans to the moon. The first step will be an uncrewed demo mission, but soon after that, SpaceX will launch the Artemis mission, allowing humans to set foot on the moon once again. And if you're wondering about getting to Mars, well, that's going to take a little bit longer. Stick around and we'll tell you when. But what else is going to happen to Earth in this time frame? Well, we'll fight a deadly killer, pancreatic cancer, with a new vaccine. It's based in mRNA technology, the same technology we used for the COVID vaccine. The first step to fighting this cancer will be surgery, but the vaccine will help prevent it from coming back. Vaccination will drive the body to produce protective T cells. These will recognize any new cancer cells and wipe them out. Now, while we're saving lives from cancer, humans will still be facing threats from climate change. One casualty of our climate crisis will be Bangkok, a city of 10 million people. Unfortunately, its soft, loamy ground is sinking lower and lower, 10 centimeters a year. The pumping of groundwater is pulling the city down. Now, at the same time, global warming is causing the oceans to rise. This beautiful city will see a terrible and devastating flood within the next decade. In the most extreme scenario, 96% of the city would be below sea level by the year 2030. Maybe a barrier at the mouth of the Chao Phraya River would help a little, but flooding can't be held off forever. For cities that don't get flooded with water, well, they'll see a big shift on the roads. Self-driving cars will finally deliver on their promise to dominate in the next decade. Unfortunately, they'll probably be tied to a subscription service, so get ready to pay an extra $10 a month for car flicks. And if you do choose to drive your own car, it'll be kind of like a hobby, like flying a kite or something. But this is just the start of our future. We've got 90 more years to cover. Hop back in the time machine and let's head over to the next decade. 2035 to 2044. Okay, let's check in on how space exploration is progressing. We'll finally get to surf the hydrocarbon seas of Titan, Saturn's largest moon. We'll send a submarine into space, getting it to land on another moon and plunge into the ocean there. By studying Titan, we'll learn new and fascinating things about how life began on Earth. Titan has an internal liquid water ocean, which could contain the building blocks to alien or human life. It also has dunes that are rich in carbon and nitrogen compounds. Who knows what new life forms we might find out there. But that's not all. This is also the decade when we finally have a crew of humans landing on Mars. We'll get a better understanding on how to deal with the many challenges of this mission by around 2040. And we'll find solutions for all sorts of things we previously thought weren't doable. Things like how to minimize the effects of radiation during the trip to Mars and how to produce oxygen from the Martian atmosphere. We'll also solve the problem of having fresh food and water on the planet. Not to mention, we'd be building pressurized, radiation-resistant shelters that will allow us to live on the red planet. And it's a good thing we'll be further along in our exploration of other worlds too, because things might be getting a little too hot to handle here on Earth. By 2035, our planet will be 1.5 degrees Celsius warmer. Lemurs will be going extinct, and those cute koalas in Australia, say goodbye to them too. Extreme heat waves will be common in the US. Worse than that, high-intensity hurricane winds are breaking and redefining the hurricane scale. Category 6 hurricanes with sustained winds over 125 kilometers per second may be pretty infrequent today. We've only seen 5 of these since 2013, but in 20 years, they'll hit the Gulf Coast cities so frequently that people will start emptying out of the coastal cities. Goodbye Houston, Galveston, Baton Rouge. Now, weather won't be the only thing that's changing. Our demographics will be shifting too. By around 2044, white people will be a minority population in the US. And if your reaction to this is, meh, so what? Well, you're in good company. A majority of Americans feel this is neither a good nor a bad thing for society. 2045 to 2054. Climate news will get worse during the 10 years between 2045 and 2055. Temperatures will be 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. That's a lot. This will have important consequences for the trillion-odd species on Earth right now. Many will be victims of the 6th extinction event. In this decade, 40 to 50% of our current species could go extinct. Among them are the African forest elephants, Amur leopards, and the Yangtze finless dolphins. Populations of these creatures are already dwindling today, so unless there's a drastic change in our warming climate, poaching, and forest loss, well, animals like these are on their way out. The Dead Sea, a unique natural phenomenon with a salt content 10 times higher than the oceans, is also at risk. Sadly, these salty waters will slowly evaporate due to the immense heat. Currently, in the Dead Sea, evaporation is causing water levels to drop an incredible 1.2 meters each year. During this decade, we'll finally kiss it goodbye. Now, with the devastating effects of global warming, there will be more pressure to innovate. We'll see a major new development in energy, one that will crack the code to commercializing fusion power. This is the process that smashes 2 hydrogen atoms together to form helium, and in the process, release a lot of energy. Today, we don't know how to do this cheaply, but 20 years down the line, we'll figure out how to get the cost down. This will be the beginning of the end of carbon emissions. Something else we emitted into the air decades ago might also finally have an update. In 1999, Ukraine sent a message named Cosmic Call 1 into space. In 2051, this message will reach its destination, Gliese 777, a yellow subgiant star 52 light years away. Maybe we'll get a call back from the aliens on their iPhone 6751. 2055 to 2064. In 2058, the Beatles' music catalog will enter the public domain. I'd play some of it for you right now, but we get a copyright strike. But not 50 years from now. Also in this decade, we'll have established a permanent presence on Mars. Probably not the colony of 1 million people that Elon Musk has projected, but definitely a base camp and the start of a Martian future. Back on Earth, we'll finally have umbrellas that don't get wet in the rain. Not super exciting at first glance, but it means we'll be masters of nanotechnology. We'll be able to incorporate tiny structures into fabrics, which do amazing things. In the umbrellas, we'll use what's called the lotus effect, where the nanoparticles repel water. Nanoparticles in our clothing could dissolve dirt and kill microbes, so we never have to wash our clothing either. I'd be happy if I never had to do laundry ever again, but forget about laundry. There's another thing we'll be rid of. By 2060, we'll eliminate coal and oil from our energy system. Solar and wind power will be widely incorporated into society, and we'll be making even bigger strides in fusion power. More on that in a minute. 2065 to 2074. Now, if you think nanotech clothing is pretty cool, well, in the next decade, we'll be mastering pico technology. This is 1,000 times smaller than nanotech. Scientists will be manipulating the energy states within electrons. This will change the structures and properties of individual atoms. From this, new types of matter will emerge. Who knows, maybe we'll be building entirely new kinds of chips or supercomputers using this new technology. Now, if you're watching this and you think you might have a hard time making it to 2065, well, you're in luck, because by this decade, technology in the medical field will have progressed so far that we'll be able to print new body parts in 3D. Yeah, we'll be rejuvenating ourselves with stem cells, and gene editing will be able to cure diseases. Through a combination of these and other methods, the medical field will be helping people live years, maybe decades longer. 2075 to 2084. Okay, by the late 2070s, the transition to clean energy will be complete. Humanity will be carbon neutral across the globe, and the last of natural gas power will be phased out. Electric cars will be everywhere. The gas vehicles we ride around in today will be considered vintage toys. And with the advances made in nanotechnology, our solar cells, which convert the sun's energy into electricity, will be super efficient. Now, technology will optimize our human bodies too. Artificial organs, bionic eyes and ears for supervision and hearing, and implants to enhance intelligence. Humans 2.0 will be vastly superior to what we are today. More intelligent, by design. This is the decade we'll also find a new way to launch ourselves into space. We'll look back at today and think, gosh, space rockets? That was so 2024. Instead, we'll have a space elevator. This will require a cable that runs from the ground up through the atmosphere all the way to a satellite that orbits in sync with the Earth's rotation. That cable will have to be made of some special material, maybe diamond nanothreads. 2085 to 2094. Now, despite our efforts to curb climate change, temperatures will keep rising due to the carbon dioxide that's already been baked into the atmosphere from prior decades. Many parts of the world won't have snow anymore. We might have to say goodbye to the Winter Olympics, skiing, and ice hockey. But that might be the least of our worries. With our ice continuing to melt, polar bears could face extinction. Their numbers will have already dropped by 70% between 2000 and 2050. The few remaining bears in the interior Arctic will be struggling to stay alive. But having figured out the de-extinction processes, we'll know how to bring the polar bears back in the future. We've already created embryos of some extinct animals using genome mapping and gene editing. In the next half century, scientists might figure out how to implant these embryos into closely related species, giving us a path out of extinction. For the first time in Earth's history, we may be able to turn back the clock. With global temperatures still rising, by 2090, Western Antarctica will be as warm as today's Alaska or Iceland. If we travel even further ahead in time, the new landscape would be unrecognizable. Many of the largest Antarctic ice sheets will have melted away, and human settlements will be on the rise, with new towns and urban infrastructure built on the Antarctic soil. 2095 to 2104. The landscape will also be different for the Atlantic Ocean. In the second half of the 21st century, a vast network of wind farms will be springing up in this part of the world. By the end of the century, they'll transform our methods of power generation. But they'll have another interesting capability, allowing us to control and moderate the weather. Even as hurricanes intensify and break all records, wind turbines can absorb the energy, reducing hurricanes from a level 5 to a level 1. Some of the Gulf cities that emptied out may start to repopulate. Over 80% of the Amazon rainforest will disappear by the end of the century. Logging, fires, farming, and industry will destroy this valuable resource. As a result, many plant and animal species that lived in these forests will have gone extinct, and indigenous peoples who made their home here may be wiped out. Rapid globalization and interconnectedness will also cause the extinction of our languages. In the late 20th century, there were over 7,000 languages worldwide, but by the time we get to the year 2100, we'll be down to just 3 languages: English, Mandarin, and Spanish. 2105 to 2115. Okay, if you're able to live until the 2100s, genetic engineering will be able to transform your body in new and unusual ways. Early in the 22nd century, we might be incorporating a key element of plants into our human cells, giving some of us fantastic new capabilities. Which element? chloroplasts, where photosynthesis takes place. This would enable us to take in the sun's energy and carbon dioxide to produce our own sugars. It'll be a whole new way of feeding ourselves. And humans could also find a way to live forever. The technology to upload our minds, including our complete memories, into a computer will be perfected. The world might divide into those who want to live forever inside a computer and those who don't. 2115 to 2124. By the dawn of the 22nd century, AI will be an integral part of all society. Humans merged with AI will possess vastly superior cognitive capabilities. These human-AI hybrids will combine the emotional intelligence of humans with the intellectual and analytical superpowers of AI. This could create wars between humans who have merged with AI and those who have not. We'll now have permanent settlements on the Moon and Mars. We'll have explored the outer reaches of our solar system, sending missions to the gas giants, the Kuiper Belt, and beyond. We'll be mining asteroids for minerals and metals. Couples getting married will argue about whether the destination wedding will take place on the Moon or on the Red Planet. Well, maybe they'll marry on one and honeymoon on the other. The next 100 years will see terrible lows and amazing highs. With massive climactic shifts, Earth will transform, cities will be underwater, and many species will go extinct. Even as this is happening, humans will merge with AI to become exceptional transhuman beings. We'll conquer space. Eventually, we'll become carbon neutral and then find ways to tame the weather. And in the distant future, we'll apply our intelligence to repopulate the Earth with the species we wiped out. If you're young, buckle up. The next 100 years are going to be a wild and amazing ride. But forget flat Earth. Let me introduce you to Earth shaped like a pizza. It might look delicious, but it would be a scorching, violent, breathtaking place. Would you dare to live there? There could be anywhere from 10 sextillion to 1 septillion exoplanets in the observable universe, and approximately 0 of those are shaped like a flat planetary pizza. It's gravitationally impossible for a planet to form in a shape like this, because when planets form, they tend to clump all the rock and dust around them evenly in all directions. The most oddly shaped exoplanet scientists have discovered is in the shape of an egg. This exoplanet is called WASP-12b, and it orbits a distant star some 1,200 light years away from us. Now, the reason WASP-12b is shaped this way is due to an overbearing proximity to its star. Yeah, WASP's star pulls on the planet with its enormous gravity, stretching it in the process. But flat planets? Well, if they do exist, we haven't found one yet. But hey, this is what if anything is possible. Even Earth shaped like a mouth-watering pepperoni-covered pie. A pizza-shaped Earth wouldn't be much different from a flat Earth. It would have continents scattered around like pizza toppings and a crust of mountains around its edge. This is making me hungry. If this slice of planetary pie is anything like what the flat earthers consider a flat Earth to be, a pizza-shaped Earth would be in for a wild ride. Yeah, flat earthers don't believe in gravity. They believe in universal acceleration. They think that all planets constantly accelerate upward through space at 9.8 meters per second squared. That means that every second, our flavorful pizza-shaped Earth would move faster and faster. It would start at 9.8 meters per second, and then the next second it would move at 19.6 meters per second, then at 29.4 meters per second, and so on. This acceleration would be like a new gravity, preventing everything on its surface from flying away into space. But there's a problem. pizza-shaped or not, Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and that's a lot of seconds. After 4.5 billion years of constant acceleration, the pizza-shaped Earth would move at about this speed. Yeah, that is 4.63 billion times faster than the speed of light. Let that number sink in for a moment. And moving on. Not only does that violate the laws of physics, require infinite energy, and shred this pie-shaped Earth into atoms, but it would also break space-time itself. But hey, this might be one way to invent time travel. Luckily for you down on Earth, it wouldn't mean instant death. As soon as Earth approached the speed of light, time dilation would kick in. For you and everyone else on Earth, time would come to stand. You'd be trapped in one moment forever and ever. But all of this is physically impossible. Gravity is real. And as far as real science goes, well, let's just say things would get out of hand quickly. If we take a look at the entire pizza Earth, the center of gravity would be right here in the middle. At this point, gravity would feel like a regular Earth's gravity. But further from this center, gravity would start pulling you sideways and downward at the same time. At the edge of this Earth pizza, it would pull on you almost horizontally. Then it would get weaker and weaker closer to the crust. Now, you could jump a lot higher and scale those mountains at the edge more easily due to the weaker gravity. It'd kind of feel like you're in a Dune movie. Sand everywhere. Gravity would pull all of Earth's oceans closer to the center. This would be the best place to live on a pizza-shaped Earth because it would pretty much be like living on a regular sphere-shaped Earth. The oceans would regulate the climate around this area. It'd be pretty balmy. And around the edges, it would be mostly rivers, lakes, and severe dust storms. Yeah, the further from the center of this hot mess of a pie you get, the weather would get incredibly worse. As the winds are pulled inward to the center, they would create constant storms. The edges of this pizza Earth would be cold and dry. Cold pizza. Excuse me. The atmosphere would be thinner here, so you'd have trouble catching your breath. Living on the edge of this pizza Earth wouldn't be much different from living on Mars. I don't know why you would want to settle there, but if you did, you'd have to build a reinforced, tilted house to account for the change in gravity. Another option would be a semi-underground home. Or, if you want to get futuristic, maybe build a geodesic dome like this one. Either way, your home would need to be able to withstand harsh weather conditions, like dust storms and extreme temperatures, while you'd have to adjust to living without a sufficient breathable atmosphere. Yikes, not fun. Now, if Earth was shaped like a slice of pizza rather than the whole pie, well, the gravity would pull towards its center right here. This planetary slice would need to be thicker to maintain some geological stability. If the pizza Earth was too thin, it would lose its magnetic field and all its atmosphere, all the while collapsing under its own weight. Now, in order to stand a chance on this delicious Earth, you'd really need the magnetic field. Without it, you'd get cooked by extreme solar radiation. You'd also suffocate because a magnetic field holds a planet's atmosphere in place, and that includes your oxygen. Now, to keep a proper internal structure with a magnetic field and a breathable atmosphere, well, this slice of a planet would need to be at least 6,000 kilometers thick. That's about half as wide as our round Earth. And even then, you still might get cooked. That is, if you believe the flat Earth theories. All because, according to the flat earthers, the sun wouldn't be like the big old star we know and love. On this pizza Earth, the sun would be tiny and hang much closer to the surface. It would be so bright and so close that it would be emitting immense amounts of solar radiation. Now, this would create hotspots directly beneath the star. If you think summers are hot now, well, on this pizza Earth, it would be literally hell. At night, things would cool off a little, but as soon as the first rays of sunshine hit your face in the morning, well, you better be wearing a fire protection suit. But that's if our cosmic pie was more like a flat Earth, which we know is not physically possible. Sorry, flat earthers, sorry. Here's a more realistic take on the pizza Earth. It would still orbit the sun, and as it would rotate on its axis, all of this would create seasons and a day-night cycle, so you'd be all good there. And the moon would revolve around this pizza Earth, keeping the tidal forces in check. It really doesn't sound so bad until you start thinking about climate. Just like on a whole pizza-shaped Earth, the center area on a pizza slice Earth would have a mild climate, as all the oceans would be pulled there. Now, closer to the edges, gravity would get weaker, and the atmosphere would get thinner, and the land would get drier, and this would be an area of extreme dust storms and harsh temperatures. And since the middle of this new Earth would be covered in ocean, you'd be forced to live on the continents scattered around the edges, unless you want to live underwater. Life on this Earth wouldn't be anything like what it used to be. Imagine a world where the cities we know are underwater, and what used to be the ocean is now a barren wasteland. This is a world where every bit of water and land have suddenly switched places. Cities like New York and Paris would find themselves underwater. Tsunamis would come rushing into the cities, destroying everything. And if you're on a boat, you'd find yourself falling down into a dry ocean bed. The Amazon rainforest would be flooded, and ancient diseases would come back to life. Which species of animals and plants would fare the best? Is there any way humans could survive this? And what would our new Earth look like? This is What If, and here's what would happen if water and land suddenly switched places. One of the more unexpected changes we'd see in this scenario would be significant climate change. This would be because of changing weather patterns and changing ocean currents. And because this dramatic change is happening overnight, we won't have time to prepare for it. But what if we knew this massive switch was coming ahead of time? Would there be anything we could do to stop it? Well, to answer that, let's take a look at our own climate issues that we're dealing with here on Earth right now. Climate change is causing global sea levels to rise at an alarming rate, leaving some of the world's biggest cities like London and Bangkok facing significant threats within a few decades if we don't do anything to stop it. With this much advance notice, well, you'd think everyone would be taking action to prevent this grim future, but as we all know, that's not the case. Some people won't believe or care about climate change until they're faced with an extreme situation like the one we're talking about today. But many people do want to help and make a difference. They just don't know how. Well, I might have just the solution. Say hello to SolarSlice, the startup company making it easy for you to make a real difference in the fight against climate change. SolarSlice lets you directly fund large-scale solar farms. With their app, you can track your energy production and carbon savings and even earn rewards to further support other climate initiatives. Here's how it works. First, you sponsor a slice of their large-scale solar farm, adding 50 watts of clean energy to the grid and reducing harmful emissions. Then, you can use their app to track your impact with real-time data on your slice's energy production and carbon savings. You earn eco points as your slices generate clean energy, points you can use to buy more slices, plant more trees, or fund more meaningful initiatives. And if you want to expand your impact even further, you can share your progress with others, create group initiatives with friends, or send solar slices as eco-conscious gifts. To learn more, visit solarslice.com. You'll find a link to their Kickstarter campaign, which will help fund the construction of their first solar farm and development of their app. With the help of SolarSlice, we've got a chance to prevent a future where our cities are swallowed by rising seas. The people in our story, on the other hand, might not be so lucky. Okay, It's safe to say that water and land switching places would be the start of a new mass extinction. Your cities, towns, and any bit of dry land are now covered with water. Water now covers 21% of the globe, and land covers the other 79%. That means we'll have new oceans. We've now got the North American Ocean, the South American Ocean, and the European, African, and Asian oceans, all connected by narrow channels of water. And a new super large continent. In cities, people might have to run into skyscrapers to save themselves from drowning. They'll be looking outside, wondering when the waters are going to recede. Unfortunately, the answer is never. Because in our new world, water is here to stay on the old land. In this scenario, there would be two kinds of unlucky people. First, the ones who were outside on dry land and couldn't swim, they would have drowned immediately. The second group are the ones who lived far away from any kind of water, because now they'd be surrounded by water with no ability to get to land, unless they had a boat stored somewhere. Maybe you'd be one of the lucky ones. If you lived in a coastal city, say like New York, the Hudson River would now be bone dry. Maybe you'd grab a tire inner tube and put on your swimsuit and a backpack and swim out to the dry riverbed. Now, what about the animals? Well, unfortunately, marine life would be toast, or soggy toast. If all the water suddenly disappeared from lakes, and rivers, and oceans, fish would be left gasping for air and would die almost instantly. Riverbeds and dried up oceans would be piled up with the carcasses of dead marine animals. No more whales, sharks, or any kind of fish. Say goodbye to sushi. Now, on the bright side, looking at this new world of ocean floors might be a fascinating experience. After all, maps of oceans here on Earth are less detailed than maps we've made of Mars. Scientists find 2,300 new ocean species every year. If we didn't have the water to stop us, we'd find hundreds of thousands of new species. Unfortunately, they'd all be dead. And animals in forests might have it even worse. Instead of a swift death, they might be left to suffer. Big cats like tigers and lions forced to climb up into trees. They might find themselves sharing the canopy with apes. Other animals like zebras and giraffes would be carried away by the current and drown. So some of our land animals would survive and others would go extinct. But regardless of who makes it out alive, ecosystems would be savagely altered. But there are two species that would do particularly well in this scenario. The first are reptiles. Crocodiles, turtles, alligators. They're used to living on both water and land, and as they generally hang out in water close to land, well, they won't have to crawl far to find a new habitat. It'll be right next door. The second group that'll do great is insects. 66 million years ago, when the Chicxulub impactor hit Earth and the planet was full of dead, decaying matter, insects had a feast. Count on a repeat of that scenario as insects jump on anything that's rotting. The bad news? Well, with swarms of mosquitoes, diseases like malaria are likely to break out among humans. Now, besides insects swarming everywhere, the other major problem in our new switched world? Well, there's no electricity. With power plants submerged in water, there'll be damage to electrical circuits that can't be repaired. Because the water's not going away, for the first time, you realize how dependent you are on energy. Heck, your 13th floor toilet won't flush anymore because water is pumped up to it using electricity. There's no television, and of course there's no internet. Many of the world's population would be gone from this catastrophe, but there is a lucky set of humans who survive this horror. They are the 40% of the world's population who live in coastal cities, or they might live next to a lake, which is now an island. They've somehow lived through the initial tsunami. Their land is now water, but they can make their way to safety. On the California coast, they scramble onto the new shore of Pacifica, the old Pacific Ocean. From New York, they doggy paddle to Atlantica, the old Atlantic Ocean. To get the world back to normal, everything will have to be built from the ground up. Homes, agriculture, transportation, the list is endless and challenging. Building any kind of new home will be hard without materials like wood or cement. But there is one thing we could use: trash. Yeah, it's estimated that there are over 5 trillion pieces of trash in our oceans. Once the water leaves the oceans, humans could get resourceful and use the leftover garbage to make structures to live in. Kinda gross, yeah, I know, but at least it's been washed. Most land plants now will be submerged in water and will die, which means no access to fresh fruits and vegetables. Without vitamin C, scurvy, the disease sailors used to get, will increase. What is available is huge amounts of fish that have just died. Now, smart foodies will get to work. They dry and salt the fish to preserve it for the future. Pickling will be the new trend. Access to fresh water will be very limited. The humans who survive will be in for a punishing time. Now, in the medium term, the big challenge for humans will come from a shift in our climate. Our vast oceans play a key role in moderating our temperature today. As they shrink to a quarter of the area they once were, Earth will get much, much hotter. Water absorbs a large amount of heat, but with the total water area reduced to 21% of Earth's surface, oceans won't absorb as much energy from the sun as they do today. There will also be less water to absorb carbon dioxide. With oceans absorbing less heat and with more carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, Earth will get pretty toasty. Also, today's ocean currents are able to distribute the heat that they absorb to different parts of the world. In this new geography, the paths these currents are able to take will have bottlenecks that will prevent the smooth flow of water. Look how narrow the new Latin American channel is. Less water surface also means less water vapor and less rainfall. In this new world, prepare yourself for dry, desert-like conditions. Your best chance for survival will be to live near the coast. Expensive coastal real estate, that's one thing that remains the same. Now, let's say an enterprising group of humans somehow survives this catastrophe. How will life evolve? Well, humans will become insect and reptile eaters, connoisseurs of pickled fish. But that'll be a tricky balance because with many of our previous weapons now lost underwater, hunting crocodiles won't be easy. And if humans wipe out the reptile population, that eliminates an important food source. Unfortunately, slower moving turtles will probably be quickly hunted into extinction. Reptiles that can retreat further into the new oceans, far away from humans, will have a better chance at survival. In general, smaller members of any surviving species will do better as they can get by with less food. Over millions of years, they'll evolve, and as Earth's food sources get reestablished, the species will become bigger again. Birds are also likely to survive, though with trees gone, nesting becomes a challenge. Maybe they'll build nests in the top floors of old skyscrapers. And don't forget, with the destruction of ocean plankton and all of our land-based plant life, over time, oxygen will settle at a new lower-level equilibrium. Unless plants begin to grow again on both land and in water, this lower level of oxygen will cause all species to evolve in new ways. Mammals may have bigger red blood cells, bigger lungs, or smaller bodies to use their oxygen more efficiently. And insect sizes will decrease over time as less oxygen will be available to them. Now, of course, the big question is, will humans survive such a catastrophic event? Well, it's hard to say, but if we look back in time, human populations have rebounded from numbers as small as a few thousand, so yeah, it's possible. If humans do survive, we'll emerge stronger and hardier than ever before. We'll build a new civilization on what's now become a hot brown marble. Mars has been on a direct collision course with Earth for weeks now. The destruction has already started with massive tsunamis and earthquakes. Now, our planet is beginning to crack and gravity is significantly changing. But how bad will this be? How could it create a new planet? And is there any way humans could survive? This is What If, and here's what would happen if Earth collided with Mars. 15 days before impact. This won't be the first time Earth has had to deal with a massive collision. Over millions of years, asteroids have rained down on our planet. One of the biggest, the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. Now, despite its massive impact on Earth and our history, that asteroid was only 10 kilometers wide, about the size of 90 football fields. Mars, on the other hand, has a diameter of 6,800 kilometers, and it's coming straight at us. The red planet is normally about 225 kilometers away from us, but at this moment, it's just 4 million kilometers away. From this distance, it looks like a smaller red moon is approaching us. Now, just because it hasn't made impact yet, doesn't mean we won't be feeling any of its effects. The moon affects the Earth's tides, so what happens when another massive celestial body comes near our planet? Well, the gravitational force would be so strong that Earth's crust would start to bulge and our water would be rising. It could rise so violently that multiple tsunamis become a real possibility. More on that in a bit. 3 days before impact. Okay, now at just 800,000 kilometers away, Mars is twice as far away from Earth as the Moon is. Given its angle of approach to Earth, we'd be looking at a red half moon getting bigger and bigger by the minute. But the red planet is 10 times heavier than the Moon and is already tugging at everything on Earth with much greater force than the Moon could even dream of. It's creating havoc. At this point, tides are rising 30 to 50 meters high. Deep inside Earth, tectonic plates begin to shift and creak, but it's going to get much worse. In 36 hours, Mars will reach the same distance away from Earth as the Moon. Then, the tides will rise 10 times higher than usual, 60 to 100 meters. Vast stretches of coastal areas and cities would be flooded. Say goodbye to Miami, Venice, and any other city near a large body of water. Millions of people will drown. There will be widespread panic as people on Earth see Mars's relentless approach. Earth is starting to crack. Earthquakes shake the globe. Volcanoes erupt, covering the surrounding landscape in hot, molten lava. People are running for underground bunkers, grabbing any power source available. Will they make it? Well, getting emergency assistance to one disaster site is challenging enough. Now, imagine trying to do that when you've got countless disaster sites, many in remote locations. And, oh yeah, most of the planet is without power because this incoming collision has wiped out our infrastructure. Fun times, right? Well, thankfully, before the big crash, some great minds were already cooking up a solution. One company called Nano-Nuclear Technology has been developing these fantastic microreactors. These tiny powerhouses can produce between 1 and 20 megawatts of thermal energy that can be used as heat or converted to electricity. Microreactors can be deployed and removed quickly, making them perfect for emergencies. But here's where it gets even cooler. Nano-Nuclear isn't just developing any old microreactors. Hailing from Mount Olympus and Valhalla, their projects are Zeus and Odin. I guess when you're dealing with world-changing tech, you name them after Greek and Norse gods, right? Zeus, the solid core battery reactor, and Odin, the low-pressure coolant reactor, are the perfect duo to save us from this doomsday scenario. But we don't need to go to these extremes to see their benefits. You see, these microreactors are helping us tackle real crises today. Their small size and portability make them perfect for remote communities that lack access to the central power grid. Plus, they can help our fight against arguably our biggest crisis right now, climate change. Microreactors can significantly reduce emissions from electricity production by providing a zero-carbon alternative to coal, oil, and natural gas plants. ensuring a steady power supply without the intermittency issues of solar and wind energy. But nanonuclear energy isn't stopping there. They're thinking big by going small. They're working on becoming a vertically integrated company, covering everything from cutting-edge portable microreactor technology to nuclear fuel fabrication and transportation. Talk about covering all your bases. Now, if you want to learn more about how nanonuclear technology is changing the world and fighting climate change, well, check out nanonuclearenergy.com. But hey, maybe climate change isn't our biggest worry right now because we have another planet crashing into us. So let's get back to that, shall we? 4.6 billion years ago. Okay, wait a minute. Before we get into what happens next to Earth, how did we get here? What sent Mars hurtling toward us in the first place? Well, Mars could have been pushed out of its orbit by a rogue planet. This is a planet that exists without orbiting a star. There are billions of these kinds of planets roaming around our universe. They're sometimes hard to detect, though. Why? Well, because they don't give off a huge amount of light, and the light they do reflect is at wavelengths that are incredibly hard to detect. So, it's possible a rogue planet could have entered the solar system undetected, shoved Mars from its current orbit, and here we are. And like I said earlier, it's not the first time a planet the size of Mars has collided with Earth. About 4.5 billion years ago, just after the solar system formed, baby Earth and a Mars-sized planet crashed into each other. You can see it today. The debris from the collision eventually formed the Moon. At this point, people on Earth are in a frenzy, trying to find shelter from this terrifying catastrophe. But violent quakes shake the ground and toss people about. Tsunamis rage and millions of people are drowning. Wherever they can, people are running to underground shelters, hoping for some level of protection. Mars is just 10,000 kilometers away. The gravitational force of Mars and Earth are pulling at each other intensely. Mars is starting to pick up speed, reaching 10 kilometers per second. What's happening now is incredibly interesting. As it's making its way toward Earth, Mars is starting to crack. Why? Well, Earth has 10 times the mass of Mars, and because of this, our planet is exerting gravitational pressure on Mars, causing it to break. Now, there is a possibility that Mars crumbles entirely from this pressure. Maybe the people of Earth live to see another day, but unfortunately that's not likely to happen. Because Mars is moving so fast, there's not enough time for Earth to break the red planet apart. What happens next isn't going to be pretty. 20 seconds before impact. If you looked up now, Mars would be filling up nearly the whole sky. It's now just 200 kilometers above Earth's surface. It's entered the upper reaches of Earth's atmosphere. An enormous shock wave has hit the atmosphere. Due to this, you're finding it hard to breathe. Mars's gravity is pulling at our atmosphere. But that's nothing compared to what's coming next. Cracks in the surface of the Earth will be widening, creating massive canyons. The biggest earthquakes ever don't hold a candle to this. Buildings crumble and entire cities will be reduced to rubble. If you're on Earth as this is happening, well, there's not much you can do. Just hold tight for what's about to happen. Moment of impact. As Mars makes contact with Earth's surface, gravity will be about 30% of what it usually is on the side of the Earth where the crash happens. That's because Mars's gravity is 40% of Earth's, and it's pulling in the opposite direction. Both planets' gravitational forces are now pulling at each other at the same time. But that's only on one side of the planet. On the other side of the world, people will actually be 3% lighter right before they die. Thanks, Mars. That's just when people want to lose weight. Now, at the moment of impact, a massive amount of heat is generated, the equivalent of billions of nuclear bombs exploding. After the initial collision, these two rocky planets briefly separate, but that doesn't mean the battle is over. They'll eventually come together again and recollide. Now, with the amount of heat generated, Both Earth and Mars will get liquefied. A shock wave will rock Earth, reverberating through the entire planet, all the way to the other side. Within 20 minutes, everyone on Earth would feel the impact. And everything on the surface of the planet will burn, creating a mass extinction that no living thing could survive. Earth's surface will crack open down to its core. Mars will have broken apart. Large pieces of Mars's core will embed themselves into Earth's core. The entire top layer of the planets will be molten lava, and our two mantles will be mixing together. The energy from the collision will change the speed of Earth's spin. We might spin faster or slower, we don't know. And molten debris from the crash gets ejected into the sky. Smaller bits will fall back to Earth as molten lava, while the larger pieces will start to orbit Earth, forming a ring. Some of the debris will collide with the Moon, and some will be ejected further into space, hitting Venus and the asteroid belt. Over millions of years, the debris collisions with the Moon will make the Moon bigger and heavier. After the collision, part of Mars will be incorporated into Earth. Earth will be slightly heavier. Now, since Mars is 10% of Earth's mass, well, maybe Earth would weigh about 5% more than before. But this new Earth will be devoid of life. Could life ever emerge again on what was once our blue marble? Well, without an atmosphere and without water, it's hard to see how this would happen. Maybe in the future, comets will crash into Earth delivering water, and over billions of years, life might begin again. But with the sun getting hotter and hotter, it's likely going to boil off that water within the next billion years. Prospects for new life on Earth don't look promising.
Yeah, all right, let's shake things up a bit. Our solar system has been around for billions of years and is starting to get a little boring. So what if we shook up the positions of our planets? What if Jupiter was right next to the Sun? Or what if Earth switched places with Mars? Today, we're rearranging the planets in our solar system from largest to smallest, and then flipping them back to go smallest to largest. But how would this affect Earth? And would we have a new planet to call home? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the planets changed positions. Okay, first let's take a look at what would happen if the planets were laid out from largest to smallest, starting with the Sun. Well, this configuration has a big problem. But before we tell you what that is, let's look at how the individual planets would line up. Jupiter is the granddaddy of the solar system. It's more than twice as massive as all the other planets put together. It would move from its current position all the way to Mercury's spot, placing it less than 1/10 of its original distance from the Sun. Think that's a crazy idea? Well, astronomers studying exoplanets tell us that this is not so unusual. Other large gaseous planets orbiting very close to their stars have actually been named hot Jupiters. Now, sitting in Mercury's orbit, Jupiter's orbit around the Sun, a trip that normally takes 12 years, would now take just 90 days. And the average temperature would rise to around 167 degrees Celsius, making Jupiter's gaseous atmosphere heat and swell. And what would happen to Jupiter's moons? Well, the icy layers of the moons Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa might start to sublimate, forming water vapor, revealing the oceans beneath. But that wouldn't last long. Given the intense heat of the Sun, the water would evaporate. Now, if there's any life in Europa's ocean, it might welcome the warm thaw, only to quickly realize things are a bit too hot to handle. Okay, in second position behind Jupiter would be the gas giant Saturn, taking the place of Venus. Things would be warming up here, too. The average temperature of Saturn would climb from minus 140 degrees Celsius to 55 degrees Celsius. And in its new position, Saturn would look a lot different. Now, bombarded by the intense heat and radiation from the sun, the planet's rings would disappear. The rocks found in the rings might survive, but the ice particles would melt and the dust would get blown away by solar winds. But who knows? The magnetic fields of Saturn and the Sun might interact and form brand new patterns. Okay, now we get to the best seat in the house, the Goldilocks zone. Yeah, unfortunately, Earth no longer gets this spot. We'll check in on our new home in the solar system in a bit, but for now, the habitable zone is occupied by our third largest planet, Uranus. Now, normally, it takes Uranus 84 years to revolve around the Sun, but here, that shrinks to just a single Earth year. And instead of it being a cold, barren planet, it would now be basking in the Sun's rays. So, would this transform the ice giant into a habitable planet? Well, for habitability, you need three things: liquid water, carbon-based molecules, and an energy source. Well, with more heat from the sun, water ice in Uranus's atmosphere could become liquid water, so we can check that off the list. Now, what about carbon-based molecules? Well, luckily they exist in Uranus's icy atmosphere of methane and ammonia. Check. And in its new spot closer to the sun, there'd be way more energy available, so yeah, looks like we got everything we need. But not so fast. Remember, Uranus has super high atmospheric pressure and also lacks a surface. So the chances of this ice giant becoming Earth 2.0 are pretty slim. Maybe Uranus's moons would be a better spot to live. Or maybe things would improve for Uranus in a couple billion years. Yeah, after all, Earth wasn't the most habitable planet at the start of its life either. Yeah, but there's no time for that. We've got more planets to check out. Alright, in the number 4 spot, we've got Neptune, filling in for where Mars would normally be. Moving this ice giant so much closer to the Sun would start warming it up considerably, from its current minus 200 degrees Celsius. It would also go from having an orbit of 165 Earth years to being able to zip around the Sun in just under 2. But Neptune is known for having violent storms, and due to the increased heat and energy it would get from being this close to the Sun, its storms might get even worse. Okay, I bet you're wondering about that big problem I was talking about earlier. Well, this new planet order would be seriously destabilizing. We've got 4 big planets now crammed into orbits that are very close. As these large planets swing around the Sun, they'd exert huge gravitational pull on each other. This could tear the system out of whack, destroying our entire solar system. And even if that doesn't happen, something terrifying would happen to us in this newly redecorated solar system. In this new order, Earth would be the 5th planet from the Sun, sandwiched between Neptune and Venus. Now, if Earth were to orbit too close to Neptune, we could become the planet's 15th moon. Oops. But really, that might be our best-case scenario. Being so much further away from the Sun, we'd now be getting less energy. Our surface water would freeze. All life on the planet would die out, including you. The only things that might stand a chance are a few creatures living inside deep-sea hydrothermal vents, being heated by the Earth's core. Anyone want to be a snailfish? Okay, after Earth would come Venus, then Mars, then Mercury. This far away from the Sun, temperatures would plummet on all 3 planets. Venus's sulfuric clouds would condense, forming acid rain, sulfuric acid ice, and carbon dioxide ice. Not the kind of ice you want in your whiskey. Mars and Mercury, with little to no atmospheres, would become cold ice boxes orbiting the Sun. Yeah, none of this sounds great. I think I like the current order of the planets that we have now. But what if we tried this in reverse? What if we arranged the planets in ascending order, with the smallest one closest to our Sun? In this case, hot little Mercury would be in position number 1. Yeah, just like today, so far so good. In orbit number 2, we'd find Mars. Mars would get toasty, reaching an average temperature of 32 degrees Celsius, like a hot day here on Earth. But any surface water might get vaporized, and carbon dioxide in the ice caps and in the soil would get released. Would this lead to a thicker atmosphere? Well, probably not, as the atmosphere would likely get stripped away by strong solar winds. So, unfortunately, the red planet won't become any more habitable with this new positioning. Okay, now we reach our happy place, the habitable zone. Would pulling Venus into the Goldilocks zone create ideal conditions for life? Sorry folks, it doesn't look good. Sure, Venus would cool off a bit, but not enough to sustain liquid water, which is essential for habitability. Venus's carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere makes things hot through an intense greenhouse effect. There's no water on Venus's surface and very little water vapor in the atmosphere. Even if a comet crashed and delivered water here, it would evaporate in the heat. So, big thumbs down for new life. And how about Earth? Well, we'd be in 4th place. This would mean we'd get just half as much sunlight as we get today. That's not so bad, right? Well, unfortunately, this means we'd freeze. Similar to our other scenario, maybe some small pockets of life could survive, but humans wouldn't stand a chance. Without being in that perfect habitable zone, Earth just wouldn't be the same. In 5th place is Neptune, which is closer to the Sun compared to where it is now. Now, Neptune's gravitational field might ward off some asteroids headed toward Earth. It would also make for a beautiful night sky, with Neptune shining brightly, second only to our Moon. Further down the line, Saturn and Uranus would swap places, with Uranus coming in and Saturn moving out. Probably wouldn't change things all that much. Jupiter moves from 5th place to 8th place, 6 times farther away from the Sun than before. That's a big change. 1 year on Jupiter would now last nearly 14 times as long as before, from 12 Earth years to 165. Its hydrogen and helium atmosphere would stay pretty much the same, but the weirdest thing that might happen? Being this far out, Jupiter's gravity would have an effect on meteors, asteroids, and other rocks flying around the outer solar system. And due to its significant gravitational pull, Jupiter would attract them and begin to fling them around the inner solar system. It would be like the late heavy bombardment experienced by the early solar system. Planets would get hit with significantly more asteroids than they do in our current formation. I'm glad the planets aren't laid out from the Sun based on size. Big to small or small to big, either way, things wouldn't be good for Earth. We'd freeze and die. Life would cease to exist. Now, how did we get to the current order of our solar system anyway? 4.6 billion years ago, our solar system started off as a big blob of gas. Some of this collapsed due to gravity and formed the Sun, and other bits came together to form the planets. There was still a lot of gas and dust around, which concentrated into a dense, rotating disk. The rotation of this disk affected the positions of our planets. The smaller rocky planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, were pulled inward toward the Sun. And further away from the Sun, gas and ice condensed to form Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus. A second transformational phase began 3.8 billion years ago. The orbits of Jupiter and Saturn became locked together briefly, creating instability in the solar system. To counter that instability, their positions changed. Jupiter migrated inward and Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune migrated outward. After a few million years, things settled down, with all 4 assuming positions similar to where they are today. Regardless of how it all happened and why the planets sit where they do today, I'm just happy the Earth ended up in the Goldilocks zone. And based on this hypothetical, well, it doesn't look like any of the other planets would do as good a job housing humans, even if they were in the right spot. let's just hope Earth stays right where it is for a long, long time.
Time and again, Earth has faced scenarios pushing us to the brink of our existence. Whether it's a giant asteroid that's slammed into us or an invisible virus creating a worldwide pandemic, danger is ever present. But despite these interferences, humanity has always figured out how to claw our way back. But for how long? Will one of these 12 scenarios end life on our blue marble forever? And how likely are they to happen? Number 12. World War III breaks out. Bombs, shelters, rations. The last time we had a world war was in 1939. Are we on the brink of another one? With global tensions rising and battles erupting all around the world, the possibility of a world war becomes greater and greater every year. Regardless of how things escalate, this war would be unlike anything else we've experienced. Advanced military technologies, the fight for natural resources, and nukes would all be possibilities. The battlegrounds could be the United States, Russia, or potentially Taiwan. So if World War III were to happen, how would you survive? If you're not up for an armed resistance, you'd better get out of the big cities, which are often targets. Head for rural areas, make a survival kit, and just maybe start thinking now about a move to a safe haven. Very far north or very far south? Will it be Greenland, New Zealand, or Antarctica? Of course, all this is assuming a world war with conventional weapons, but what if there's something much worse? Number 11. An all-out nuclear apocalypse. A regional nuclear war would kill millions, but it wouldn't end the world. Pull a couple of heavy hitters into the ring like the US and Russia and all bets are off. A 300 kiloton bomb explosion will vaporize anything, people included. But this is just the start. If multiple nukes went off, every explosion would create a giant fireball as hot as the sun's core. You think that's bad? It gets worse. The dense black carbon smoke would spread across the northern hemisphere, freezing the Earth and causing a nuclear winter for up to 10 years. 99% of the population of the US, Europe, Russia, and China could starve to death. Assuming you survive the blast, seek shelter immediately. For the week or two after, you'll want to hunker down indoors to avoid radioactive fallout. Hiding inside the thickest concrete or underground might protect you from the radiation, but how would you escape the harsh nuclear winter? New Zealand, anyone? If human beings don't end up killing each other on Earth, well, there could be another thing that does. Number 10. Alien invasion. Yeah, I'm talking about aliens, and not because they want to enslave us like we see in the movies. What if it's because they're hungry for that one thing that even we can't get enough of? Before I tell you what that is, do aliens even exist? Well, the Drake equation estimates that there's a 53 to 99.6% chance that we're the only intelligent life in the Milky Way. So, if aliens are out there, how would they even get to Earth? Maybe they'd use a futuristic spacecraft or travel via wormhole. And maybe they'd pop by because they're hungry. For energy. A Type 2 alien civilization could potentially have a Dyson sphere, a ball that orbits their planet, harvesting solar energy, and looking for new sources. Like our sun? Yikes. And if our sun goes, well, you can say goodbye to virtually all life on Earth. Humans would freeze to death. Our crops would cease to exist, and our once blue marble would become a barren wasteland. Okay, maybe a little unrealistic. let's move on to something a little more likely. Number 9. Asteroid hitting Earth. A truly massive 96-kilometer wide asteroid would finish us all off. Shrink it down to 12 kilometers wide and it might leave a few of us standing. It would still be horrific. The site of the impact would get very, very hot. Tsunamis would rise from the oceans. Billions of us would die. The impact would spawn an enormous dust plume engulfing the globe. It would block out the sun and a deep freeze would set in for thousands, even millions of years. Now, chances are small, but if it happens, what should you do? Well, scientists tell us an underground bunker would be the best option. Now, if you can't swing that, well, at least stay away from the impact zone and clear of coastal areas with tsunamis. But sooner or later, you're gonna freeze to death. Or things could get really, really hot. Number 8. Supervolcano. Just like a super large asteroid could take us out, so could a supervolcano. 200 million years ago, Earth was hit by a supervolcano, which wiped out 75% of the species on Earth. It was so strong it ripped apart North America from Africa and plonked the Atlantic Ocean bang in the middle. And did it stop with just one massive eruption? Yeah, sorry, that's a no. For 600,000 years, the Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, or CAMP, erupted again and again. Lava covered everything. Volcanic ash rained down. But you won't believe the thing that got us. It was pollution. CO2 and carbon levels skyrocketed, causing sweeping environmental destruction. So, is there a massive eruption waiting to happen today? Well, below the surface of Yellowstone Park sits a giant caldera. We don't think it'll erupt anytime soon, but in the distant future, it might. If it does erupt, well, expect a repeat of what happened 200 million years ago. Luckily, geologists are monitoring Earth for seismic activity. But can anyone save us from a zombie apocalypse? Number 7. Zombie apocalypse. The cordyceps fungus creates zombified ants, growing around their brains and taking over their nervous system. Could this jump over to humans and create a bona fide human zombie? Well, scientists suggest that our body temperature is simply too high for the fungus to survive, but what if this fungus somehow did take over our systems? Big cities like New York, London, and Hong Kong would be the first major targets of an event like this, and due to the cordyceps spreading via spores, it would be incredibly difficult to avoid getting infected. The zombies would slowly take over major metropolitan areas. If you live in more rural areas of the world, you'd likely be safe. For now. Number 6. Another pandemic. Yeah, that's right, another pandemic. If you're watching this, you were lucky enough to survive the COVID-19 pandemic, but will you survive the next one? Our world is changing, and for the worse. In the next few decades, the probability of a novel disease outbreak will grow 3 times due to population growth, changes in our food systems, and closer contact between humans and animals. Scientists predict another pandemic will hit us within the next 59 years. And a new virus could be a more dangerous killer. It might mutate faster, or we might not make a vaccine for it as quickly as we did with COVID. Instead of 7 million people who died from the virus, it could be tens of millions. During the COVID pandemic, a bit of bioengineering went a long way in creating mRNA vaccines that saved our lives. But can the same synthetic biology that saved our lives kill us off too? Number 5. Synthetic biology.
In a secret lab somewhere, could someone create a virus or superbacteria that will wipe out the human race? Imagine a supervirus that spreads silently. It leaves its victims asymptomatic for weeks, only to turn deadly after that prolonged gestation. Due to how much the world travels and how much smaller everything has become, well, the virus can spread more quickly and reach more people. Now, that is something that could wipe out humanity. Unless you're just someone who never sees people, then maybe you'll be safe. But if the virus doesn't get you, I bet the next apocalyptic scenario will. Number 4. Catastrophic climate change. What if the average temperature rose 4 degrees Celsius? Well, it doesn't sound like a huge deal, but a 4 degrees Celsius rise in temperature would destroy life on Earth as we know it. Sea levels would rise by a half meter to a full meter, and maybe even more by the year 2100. Cities like New York, London, and Venice would see extreme flooding. Food production would go haywire. We'd see heat waves in the tropics and frequent high-intensity tropical cyclones. Our coral reefs would be destroyed. And that's not the end. The water would keep rising in the coming centuries. In a world like this, humanity might not go extinct, but Earth would only be able to support just 1 billion people. Let's hope you're one of the lucky few. Okay, that sounds bad, but what happens if it suddenly gets harder to breathe? Number 3. Oceanic anoxia. Ocean oxygen concentrations are declining today. Are we in danger of an oceanic anoxia event? After all, it did happen 450 million years ago. A drop in oxygen levels persisted for 3 million years, and 85% of marine species vanished. Now, if phytoplankton were part of the vanishing marine species, well, the ocean's ability to remove carbon dioxide would be compromised, driving our climate crisis into overdrive. Plus, atmospheric oxygen would go down. Now, thankfully, a full-scale oceanic anoxic event would take thousands of years to develop. So, for the moment, take a deep breath while you can. Number 2. Ecological collapse. Okay, so maybe we'll still have oxygen to breathe, but are we on the brink of a major ecosystem collapse? It happened over 250 million years ago during the Permian-Triassic period. Healthy ecosystems thrive on a set of balanced interactions between animals and plants, predators and prey. Every species has a critical role to play. If all the species playing a particular role within the ecosystem disappear, well, that means the first domino has fallen and the collapse of our world is imminent. A startling loss of biodiversity like we're witnessing today is the beginning of the end. Just imagine if we lost all the bees, our best pollinators. We'd have to say goodbye to much of our fruit, and humans would be far less healthy. Yeah, robotic bees, anyone? Yeah, speaking of robots, well, here's the thing that's most likely to kill us all off. Number 1. Killer robots. You know, even the deadliest effects of large-scale global warming are a few years away. But AI that can kill us? It's here. In a world where AI gets smarter than us, humans can be enslaved by the very intelligence we've created. Or wiped out by one programmed to kill us. Yeah, we're speeding toward the dangerous point of singularity, where AI takes over human intelligence. Yeah, let's just hope our new robot overlords are willing to play nice. Absolute zero is the lowest possible temperature in the universe. Nothing gets colder than that. So, if the entire Earth suddenly cooled down to the most frigid temperature for even 5 seconds, it would wreak a lot of havoc. just how cold is absolute zero? What would happen to your body at this temperature? And what's the coolest thing about it? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the Earth dropped to absolute zero for 5 seconds. Temperature is how we measure kinetic energy of the particles in any object. Yeah, it tells us how fast atoms, molecules, and particles move. The hotter a gas, liquid, or solid gets, the faster the particles move. And when that movement slows down, the colder that substance becomes. At the lowest temperature possible, or absolute zero, particles stop moving altogether. This is because at 0 Kelvin, or minus 273.15 degrees Celsius, no heat energy remains. The coldest ground temperature ever on Earth, 184 Kelvin, or minus 89.2 degrees Celsius, was recorded in Antarctica in 1983, but it doesn't even come close to absolute zero. Even the coldest known place in the entire universe, the Boomerang Nebula, 5,000 light years away from Earth, is just a tad warmer at 1 Kelvin. So, are you ready for the coldest 5 seconds ever? At room temperature, that comfortable range of temperatures of about 293 Kelvin, the air molecules move at an average speed of 1,800 kilometers per hour. As the temperatures on Earth suddenly plummeted, all those particles would slow down. At 0.00001 Kelvin, the atomic particles would be moving at a speed of about 0.18 kilometers per hour. That's 1,000 times slower than their speed at room temperature. Getting this close to absolute zero, all chemical reactions would be closer and closer to coming to a complete stop. And this would be very bad news for you and everything else on Earth. Chemical reactions are responsible for everything, including how your brain communicates with your body. Without the trillions of chemical reactions going on inside of you, you wouldn't be able to breathe or turn food into fuel. Temperatures near absolute zero would be devastatingly cold. Even at a comparatively toasty 77 Kelvin, you'd be in serious trouble. That's the temperature of liquid nitrogen. After just a few seconds of exposure to this temperature, you'd suffer severe burns, blistering, and frostbite. Needing a toe or 10 amputated could be a definite possibility. So, just 5 seconds of absolute zero could do incredible amounts of damage to all life forms on Earth. But I have good news. The chemical reactions wouldn't come to a total standstill. Even at the near absolute zero temperature of the Boomerang Nebula, chemical reactions do still appear to take place. This is thanks to the strange effects of quantum physics. And whenever quantum physics is involved, things get weird. With all the atoms on Earth at a near standstill, you'd find them starting to clump together. They'd be forming a state of matter known as a Bose-Einstein condensate. This would mean that every atom is in the same energy state and essentially identical to one another from a physical point of view. They'd start to behave as a single atom. And if you could become a Bose-Einstein condensate, it would be pretty cool, pardon the pun. For those brief 5 seconds, you'd have some unique physical properties, like superfluidity. Yeah, you'd be able to flow through tiny cracks without any friction. Only there wouldn't be any cracks because you wouldn't be the only superfluid thing on the planet. But there is a catch. Bose-Einstein condensates can only be formed when bosons are cooled to near absolute zero. Bosons are all atoms with an even number of electrons. That means only some of the atoms in your body and the environment around you could become a Bose-Einstein condensate. And lucky for you, reaching a temperature of absolute zero wouldn't be possible. If Earth and everything on it plummeted to absolute zero, it would instantly pull the heat from the space around it. To keep you and the planet at 0 degrees Kelvin, even for 5 seconds, you'd need an infinite amount of resources. This makes it mathematically impossible. But that wouldn't mean that 5 seconds of near absolute zero temperatures wouldn't destroy just about everything. And nothing would ever come back together from this soup of atoms that you and the entire planet would turn into.
Imagine a world where the cities we know are underwater, and what used to be the ocean is now a barren wasteland. This is a world where every bit of water and land have suddenly switched places. Cities like New York and Paris would find themselves underwater. Tsunamis would come rushing into the cities, destroying everything. And if you're on a boat, you'd find yourself falling down into a dry ocean bed. The Amazon rainforest would be flooded and ancient diseases would come back to life. Which species of animals and plants would fare the best? Is there any way humans could survive this? And what would our new Earth look like? This is What If, and here's what would happen if water and land suddenly switched places. One of the more unexpected changes we'd see in this scenario would be significant climate change. This would be because of changing weather patterns and changing ocean currents. And because this dramatic change is happening overnight, we won't have time to prepare for it. But what if we knew this massive switch was coming ahead of time? Would there be anything we could do to stop it? Well, to answer that, let's take a look at our own climate issues that we're dealing with here on Earth right now. Okay. It's safe to say that water and land switching places would be the start of a new mass extinction. Your cities, towns, and any bit of dry land are now covered with water. Water now covers 21% of the globe, and land covers the other 79%. That means we'll have new oceans. We've now got the North American Ocean, the South American Ocean, and the European, African, and Asian oceans, all connected by narrow channels of water. And a new super large continent. In cities, people might have to run into skyscrapers to save themselves from drowning. They'll be looking outside, wondering when the waters are going to recede. Unfortunately, the answer is never. Because in our new world, water is here to stay on the old land. In this scenario, there would be two kinds of unlucky people. First, the ones who were outside on dry land and couldn't swim, they would have drowned immediately. The second group are the ones who lived far away from any kind of water, because now they'd be surrounded by water with no ability to get to land, unless they had a boat stored somewhere. Maybe you'd be one of the lucky ones. If you lived in a coastal city, say like New York, the Hudson River would now be bone dry. Maybe you'd grab a tire inner tube and put on your swimsuit and a backpack and swim out to the dry riverbed. Now, what about the animals? Well, unfortunately, marine life would be toast, or soggy toast. If all the water suddenly disappeared from lakes and rivers and oceans, fish would be left gasping for air and would die almost instantly. Riverbeds and dried up oceans would be piled up with the carcasses of dead marine animals. No more whales, sharks, or any kind of fish. Say goodbye to sushi. Now, on the bright side, looking at this new world of ocean floors might be a fascinating experience. After all, maps of oceans here on Earth are less detailed than maps we've made of Mars. Scientists find 2,300 new ocean species every year, If we didn't have the water to stop us, we'd find hundreds of thousands of new species. Unfortunately, they'd all be dead. And animals in forests might have it even worse. Instead of a swift death, they might be left to suffer. Big cats like tigers and lions forced to climb up into trees. They might find themselves sharing the canopy with apes. Other animals like zebras and giraffes would be carried away by the current and drown. So some of our land animals would survive and others would go extinct. But regardless of who makes it out alive, ecosystems would be savagely altered. But there are two species that would do particularly well in this scenario. The first are reptiles. Crocodiles, turtles, alligators, they're used to living on both water and land. And as they generally hang out in water close to land, well, they won't have to crawl far to find a new habitat. It'll be right next door. The second group that'll do great is insects. 66 million years ago, when the Chicxulub impactor hit Earth and the planet was full of dead, decaying matter, insects had a feast. Count on a repeat of that scenario as insects jump on anything that's rotting. The bad news? Well, with swarms of mosquitoes, diseases like malaria are likely to break out among humans. Now, besides insects swarming everywhere, the other major problem in our new switched world? Well, there's no electricity. With power plants submerged in water, there'll be damage to electrical circuits that can't be repaired. Because the water's not going away, for the first time, you realize how dependent you are on energy. Heck, your 13th floor toilet won't flush anymore because water is pumped up to it using electricity. There's no television, and of course there's no internet. Many of the world's population would be gone from this catastrophe, but there is a lucky set of humans who survive this horror. They are the 40% of the world's population who live in coastal cities, or they might live next to a lake, which is now an island. They've somehow lived through the initial tsunami. Their land is now water, but they can make their way to safety. On the California coast, they scramble onto the new shore of Pacifica, the old Pacific Ocean. From New York, they doggy paddle to Atlantica, the old Atlantic Ocean. To get the world back to normal, everything will have to be built from the ground up. Homes, agriculture, transportation, the list is endless and challenging. Building any kind of new home will be hard without materials like wood or cement. But there is one thing we could use: trash. Yeah, it's estimated that there are over 5 trillion pieces of trash in our oceans. Once the water leaves the oceans, humans could get resourceful and use the leftover garbage to make structures to live in. Kinda gross, yeah, I know, but at least it's been washed. Most land plants now will be submerged in water and will die, which means no access to fresh fruits and vegetables. Without vitamin C, scurvy, the disease sailors used to get, will increase. What is available is huge amounts of fish that have just died. Now, smart foodies will get to work. They dry and salt the fish to preserve it for the future. Pickling will be the new trend. Access to fresh water will be very limited. The humans who survive will be in for a punishing time. Now, in the medium term, the big challenge for humans will come from a shift in our climate. Our vast oceans play a key role in moderating our temperature today. As they shrink to a quarter of the area they once were, Earth will get much, much hotter. Water absorbs a large amount of heat, but with the total water area reduced to 21% of Earth's surface, oceans won't absorb as much energy from the sun as they do today. There will also be less water to absorb carbon dioxide. With oceans absorbing less heat and with more carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, Earth will get pretty toasty. Also, today's ocean currents are able to distribute the heat that they absorb to different parts of the world. In this new geography, the paths these currents are able to take will have bottlenecks that will prevent the smooth flow of water. Look how narrow the new Latin American channel is. Less water surface also means less water vapor and less rainfall. In this new world, prepare yourself for dry, desert-like conditions. your best chance for survival will be to live near the coast. Expensive coastal real estate, that's one thing that remains the same. Now, let's say an enterprising group of humans somehow survives this catastrophe. How will life evolve? Well, humans will become insect and reptile eaters, connoisseurs of pickled fish. But that'll be a tricky balance because with many of our previous weapons now lost underwater, hunting crocodiles won't be easy. And if humans wipe out the reptile population, that eliminates an important food source. Unfortunately, slower moving turtles will probably be quickly hunted into extinction. Reptiles that can retreat further into the new oceans, far away from humans, will have a better chance at survival. In general, smaller members of any surviving species will do better as they can get by with less food. Over millions of years, they'll evolve, and as Earth's food sources get re-established, the species will become bigger again. Birds are also likely to survive, though with trees gone, nesting becomes a challenge. Maybe they'll build nests in the top floors of old skyscrapers. And don't forget, with the destruction of ocean plankton and all of our land-based plant life, over time, oxygen will settle at a new lower level equilibrium. Unless plants begin to grow again on both land and in water, this lower level of oxygen will cause all species to evolve in new ways. Mammals may have bigger red blood cells, bigger lungs, or smaller bodies to use their oxygen more efficiently. And insect sizes will decrease over time as less oxygen will be available to them. Now, of course, the big question is, will humans survive such a catastrophic event? Well, it's hard to say, but if we look back in time, human populations have rebounded from numbers as small as a few thousand, so yeah, it's possible. If humans do survive, we'll emerge stronger and hardier than ever before. We'll build a new civilization on what's now become a hot brown marble. Hey, who knows, maybe even one day we'll become an advanced level 7 civilization.
You've seen politics and national borders change all the time, but have you ever witnessed a continent literally breaking apart? Well, it's possible, and it's happening to Africa right now. In 2005, a 60-kilometer-long stretch of the continent cracked open over a period of just 10 days, and it hasn't stopped expanding since. Eventually, the landmass will break right off, giving birth to a brand new ocean. How soon will this happen? And what does it mean for the people of Africa? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the African continent broke apart. The face of our planet is continually changing thanks to the shifting of tectonic plates, but it's rarely this noticeable. In the years since 2005, more cracks in the Earth have opened up in several countries throughout the African continent, sparking fear among their populations. But as scary as the fractures may seem, experts say they could teach us a lot about how our world was formed. Have you ever heard of the East African Rift? Neither had most people in Ethiopia until the ground started cracking beneath their feet. The East African Rift is an active continental rift zone in East Africa. And judging by the blank look on your face, it may require more of an explanation before we go any further. Okay, so the rigid outer layer of the Earth is called the lithosphere, and it's broken up into many tectonic plates. Tectonic plates are basically large slabs of solid rock that move relative to each other at varying speeds. When these plates move apart from each other, they cause fractures to be formed at their boundaries. The land remaining in between the two plates starts to sink and forms what's known as a rift valley. This can lead to new boundaries being created between plates. In the case of the East African Rift, the African tectonic plate is breaking up into two smaller ones, the Somali and Nubian plates. So what happens when these plates completely break off from each other? Well, for one thing, we won't be around to see it. Despite the rapid appearance of the surface cracks, geologists say that the continent won't fully break apart for about 10 million years. They're currently spreading apart at a rate of 6 to 7 millimeters a year, so
don't hold your breath. As the plates continue to pull away from each other, the Rift Valley will sink deeper and deeper, and water from the Red Sea will flood in to create a new ocean. Africa will become a lot smaller as parts of southern Ethiopia and Somalia will drift off to form a new island. What does this mean for all of us in the meantime? Well, African residents who live along the rift can expect more disturbances, cracks in their highways and cities, and the emergence of vast canyons where there weren't any before. But it's not all bad news. In fact, most geologists are pretty excited about studying the whole process. They believe it can lead to some pretty groundbreaking information about how our Earth's surface is shaped and how earthquakes and volcanic eruptions work.
Deep under the Earth's surface, there's a scorching hot ball of metal. And scientists just discovered that something very wrong is happening to it. Did the Earth's inner core really stop spinning? What apocalyptic events could this trigger? And are we doomed to become as lifeless as Mars? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the Earth's core stopped spinning. If you were to dig straight down into our planet, well, you'd shovel through 4 distinct layers on your way to the center. First, there's the rocky crust, and that's followed by the hot liquid mantle. 2,900 kilometers later, you'd reach Earth's outer core, made up of liquid iron and nickel. Combined with the solid iron inner core, the 2 core layers of our planet are about the size of Mars. But unlike the red planet, they're scorching hot. At 10,000 degrees Celsius, well, they're hotter than the surface of the sun. And there's also a lot of movement down there. The motion of molten metal in the outer core is what's responsible for generating Earth's magnetic field. Without that, we wouldn't be able to hold on to our atmosphere and we'd lose our protection from dangerous space radiation. And the inner core of our planet is moving too. But new research suggests that it's slowing down to rotate more in sync with the rest of the planet. But slowing down isn't dramatic enough. Let's see what happens when both layers of the core stop moving completely. If only the hot, solid inner core inside the outer core stopped moving, well, you wouldn't need to worry about the apocalypse just yet. The slowing down of the inner core would mostly impact the speed at which Earth spins. It could slow our rotation down enough that our days would become longer, and over time, this could degrade our magnetic field. Yeah, that would be bad news, but not nearly as bad as what would happen if the syrupy outer core stopped spinning too. Without that layer's rotation, well, you'd have to kiss our magnetic field goodbye. And this would put Earth on a course to end up looking a lot like Mars. 4.2 billion years ago, Mars could have been warm enough to have oceans where life might have thrived. But when the red planet's core froze in place, its once strong magnetic field weakened. As the Martian magnetic field degraded, its atmosphere was chipped away by ferocious solar winds, slamming into the planet at speeds of several hundred kilometers per second. That's when the planet transformed into the dry, lifeless desert you know today. But back to Earth. Before it completely turned into a desert planet, well, things would get a little shaky. If the core was to suddenly stop rotating, the tectonic plates would violently slam into each other. It would be a lot like when your bus driver hits the brakes hard and you go flying into the other bus riders. This sudden collision of tectonic plates would cause massive earthquakes along the plate boundaries, all around the world. These quakes would destroy buildings, roads, and bridges. Electricity, phone lines, and water systems would be severed. Ultimately, millions of lives would be lost and millions more people would be displaced. Now, as devastating as these earthquakes would be, the damage would just be getting started. With the disappearance of our magnetic field, you'd be exposed to dangerous cosmic radiation that would bombard the surface of our planet. These high-energy particles from the sun would interact with the abundance of nitrogen and oxygen in our atmosphere. And this would destroy our protective ozone layer, allowing more UV radiation to reach the surface. Combining these solar rays and UV radiation would be enormously harmful to all life on Earth. It would damage your DNA, leading to mutations and cancer. And the halting of the core would also make navigating the globe more difficult. Yeah, I hope you have a good trail map for your next camping trip because compasses would be totally useless. All kinds of migratory animals would lose their way too. Birds flying south would get lost and freeze to death, while sea turtles would never find their way back to the beaches that they lay their eggs on. The earthquakes caused by the core suddenly stopping would have already done significant damage to the power infrastructure around the world, but the lack of a magnetic field would continue disrupting things even more. The solar radiation bombarding the surface would damage all kinds of electronic devices and would threaten our power grids. You would end up losing power more often, maybe even permanently. But in reality, you don't have to worry about a catastrophe like this. This study, which implied that the core has stopped and we're all doomed, was a little overhyped. Scientists didn't even talk about the outer core. No, they just meant the inner core, which rotates independently from the rest of the planet. It doesn't stop or reverse its rotation, it just moves slower and faster, like it's done for the billions of years of our planet's existence. Well, good news everyone, we're safe on our big blue space rock.
Millions of years ago, the Earth looked very different. A huge landmass called Pangaea covered about a third of our planet. But about 175 million years ago, the Earth broke up into continents and formed the world we know today. What if that had never happened? Where would your country be located? And how different would your life be? This is What If, and here's what would happen if Pangaea had never broken apart. If Pangaea existed today, in theory, you could drive from California to England, since they'd both be part of the same landmass. And although you may only think of Pangaea as just another piece of land, it would be much more than that. It's played an integral part in human and animal evolution. If Pangaea had not broken apart, you may not be here today. But let's assume it didn't, and that we survived and evolved to be the people we are today. What would the Earth be like? First, let's talk about where your country would be located. North America would be right here. Europe would be a lot closer, just to the east. Asia would be up north by Russia, and Antarctica would remain down south. India and Australia would be further south, connected to Antarctica. These countries that used to have hot climates would now be cold, covered with snow and ice. And those wouldn't be the only environmental changes. Regions in the middle of Pangaea would have lush rainforests along their borders. And as you travel further inland, it would become a desert. This would be due to Pangaea's landmass being so large. Rain, which comes from the ocean, wouldn't be able to travel far enough inland. leaving parts of Pangaea practically uninhabitable by humans and other species. And weather up north would be different too, with Russia being much warmer than it is today. But the weather wouldn't be the only thing that would change. On Pangaea, we might have less diversity of species. The species at the top of the food chain today would most likely remain there, but some of today's animals would not exist in Pangaea. They wouldn't have the chance to evolve. Fewer animals might make it easier to travel, and on this modern version of Pangaea, you'd probably want to do a lot of it. Luckily, you wouldn't have to go far. If you lived in Florida, you'd be right next to the Caribbean islands, Venezuela, and Brazil. You could visit all of these in a single day. And if you lived in Nova Scotia, Canada, you'd be driving distance from France, England, and Germany. Although this might sound like fun, a lot of countries would have new neighbors, which could cause some serious issues for some. Places like the United States, which used to have oceans on both sides of the country, would now have Africa on its east coast. If these countries didn't get along, things could get ugly. How much easier would it be to start a war in another country if they were just a short drive away? Transporting weapons, people, and supplies would all be faster and cheaper if certain countries were right next to each other. Or none of this would happen and the entire world would be more unified than ever. With all of us sharing the same landmass, maybe we'd learn to treat each other just a bit better than what we do now.
Imagine Earth with an even 50-50 split between continents and oceans. Our planet covered half by land and half by water. How would this change the planet as you know it? What new kinds of vacations could this make possible for you? And what does the color of your pee have to do with this? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the Earth was half land and half water. When it comes to making life possible on a planet, water is an absolute must-have. That's why we look for alien life on worlds where liquid water could exist. When it comes to our own planet, 71% of its surface is covered by water. Most of that is in our 5 oceans. Together, they form one global ocean. Now, if you replaced nearly a quarter of our ocean water with land, how soon would Earth turn into just another lifeless rock in space? Thanks to global warming, Earth's sea levels are currently rising. But if you wanted to balance the planet's land-to-water ratio, you'd see the sea levels absolutely plummet. And not just a few meters, but around 3 kilometers. Earth would look very different. The regions around both the North and South Poles would be completely dried out, and every continent on the planet would expand. And not just a little either. All this newly emerged territory around the world would be roughly equal to the current surface areas of Asia, Europe, Africa, and North America combined. That would be an enormous amount of unused space. Everything extending off the old coasts would be relatively flat, but some of the areas that used to be deep ocean would reveal vast corridors and steep crevasses. As you explored this new land, you'd discover that the one global ocean would be no more. All of the oceans would be separated from each other, and all of the continents would be one connected landmass. And this would be good news for evolution. Early humans didn't have any ships or planes. We spread across the globe simply by walking. Venturing away from Africa some 70,000 to 100,000 years ago, we found our way to Europe and Asia. Eventually, we were able to cross a land bridge connecting Asia to the Americas, possibly as far back as 20,000 years ago. With the 50-50 split in place, you'd now be able to cover even more ground. Finally, you could take that around-the-world trip you've always dreamed of, all on your own 2 feet. But this shifting balance of water and land wouldn't be all fun and games. With so much less water covering the surface, our ocean currents would be disrupted, and this would seriously destabilize the climate. Currents distribute the heat that's absorbed by the oceans around the globe. Disrupting them would mean even colder temperatures around the North and South poles, while the already hot equatorial regions would get even hotter. Climate change would speed up too, all because oceans wouldn't be able to absorb so much carbon dioxide from the air. That excess carbon dioxide would blanket the planet and raise temperatures. Rain levels would also drop off, and this would create dangerous droughts, as well as new deserts in many inland areas. So, while there may be an abundance of new land available, large stretches of Earth could become uninhabitable. Plants, animals, and humans would all need to adapt to being less dependent on water, or at least start using it more efficiently. Water scarcity could result in animals evolving to be smaller, with more making the jump to a strictly carnivorous diet. And sadly, the abundance of life that today's oceans support would struggle to survive. And maybe the most surprising consequence that you'd need to get used to is that your pee would likely change forever. Usually, urine is made up of more than 90% water. But with less water in your daily life, yours would become much darker and start to smell like ammonia.
What if all the oceans disappeared from the Earth's surface? What would a world with no high seas look like? What would happen to all the creatures that live underwater? Could humanity survive on the planet if there were no oceans left? This is What If, and here's what would happen if all the Earth's oceans evaporated. In the early years of our planet, the Earth was flat, but not in a way you might think. The Earth just didn't have any mountains and was mostly covered with water. Then, about 1 billion years ago, land emerged from under the sea and changed the planet's atmosphere. This led to the debut of the first life forms here on Earth. Eventually, the planet will heat up, and all the oceans will vanish. This isn't scheduled to happen for another 1 billion years, but how bad would it be if all the oceans evaporated right now? Today, oceans cover about 70% of the Earth's surface. If you put all that water into Olympic-sized swimming pools, you'd need over 500 trillion of them. With all the oceans gone, we'd still have some water available. Oceans account for 97% of all the water on the planet. The remaining 3% is held in rivers, lakes, underground water, even the ice caps. But that wouldn't be enough to make up for the loss of the oceans. The world's oceans act as a global climate control system. They absorb most of the sun's heat and distribute it evenly around the planet, so that no one area gets too hot or too cold. They also sustain the water cycle, evaporating into clouds and then raining back to Earth. But you won't need to keep your umbrella at hand, expecting a big storm once all the oceans evaporated. In our scenario, the Earth wouldn't be able to keep all that vapor in the atmosphere. Oceans would leave our planet for good, turning it into a vast, scorching desert. Sea creatures would be the obvious first casualties in these conditions. Then, with no oceans to absorb the heat from the sun, the Earth would slowly roast until it turned into Venus. How long would we have until our planet became uninhabitable? Well, whatever water was left would evaporate in a matter of days, leaving humanity to die from dehydration. Most animals would go extinct without water. Who knows, maybe camels would become Earth's next civilization. After a few days, plants would give up their attempts to survive without water. After a few weeks, the same would happen to our forests. Eventually, they'd catch fire and would keep burning until there was no vegetation left. In about a year's time, the Earth would turn into a burnt and lifeless rock. And without water, it probably wouldn't get the chance to produce life ever again. What if we found a way to drain all the Earth's oceans through some mysterious portal at the bottom of the Mariana Trench? How long would it take? Years? Centuries? Millennia? Would there be any life left on Earth when the pumping was over? What if it happened overnight? This is What If, and here's what would happen if we drained all the world's oceans. Ocean water makes up 70% of the Earth's surface. How much liquid is that exactly? Well, if you could put all that water into Olympic-sized swimming pools, you'd need this many of them. Even if we opened a portal about the size of a basketball court, it would take us hundreds of thousands of years to drain the oceans. They hold over 1 billion cubic kilometers of water. But what if we had a pump powerful enough to drain all the oceans in a minute? What would happen then? Sure enough, swimmers, sailors, cruise passengers, everyone out on the ocean would feel the effects quickly. Within a second, boaters and swimmers in shallow water would crash onto the bottom. They'd get away with a few broken bones. Deep ocean ships wouldn't be so lucky. A Titanic-sized liner would hit the bottom in 30 seconds and smash into tiny pieces. The same thing would happen to just about every large ship on the ocean within the first minute. What about all the sea creatures? You already know the answer. It would literally be raining fish, since all the whales, dolphins, and other big aquatic animals curiously exploring the surface would be falling to the ocean floor. As for those already near the bottom, they'd be lucky not to get sucked down the drain along with the water. But what comes next is where the real trouble begins. Our oceans have two life-supporting roles. First, they regulate global temperatures by absorbing energy from the sun. They push warm tropical waters north and south and circulate cold waters back to the equator. This way, no place on Earth gets too hot or way too cold. Global climate control. Second, oceans feed the water cycle, evaporating into the clouds and raining back to Earth. The moment the oceans disappeared, the Earth would turn into a vast desert. Go ahead and throw away your umbrella since it's never going to rain again. Wait, what about all the lakes and rivers? Can't we get by with those? Well, without oceans, the world loses 97% of its water. The small amount of liquid left would not be enough to sustain the water cycle. The pools of drinkable water would evaporate pretty fast. In a matter of days, people and most animals would die from dehydration. Plants would have a few weeks before they started decaying in the dry air. Within a few months, forests would begin massive die-offs. And all this dry, dead vegetation would eventually ignite. In a matter of years, most of the world's forests would be burned down. As these huge bonfires sparked all across the planet, the atmosphere would become less and less oxygenated. If there were still humans at this time, the unbreathable air and scorching temperature would wipe us out for good. All in all, the Earth would end up just like Venus, cooked. Where do you go to quench your thirst? The kitchen sink? The local bar? The mineral-rich springs of Bergamo, Italy? In the 21st century, you don't have to go that far for fresh water. But still, supply is running out. What if we didn't have to worry about water consumption? What if you could drink and shower as much as you wanted? What if a trip to the well and a trip to the beach were one and the same? You might give a lot for those privileges, but how much would it really cost? This is What If, and here's what would happen if all seawater became fresh water. The first big question we have to ask is, why is the ocean so salty to begin with? Well, it wasn't always like that. About 3.8 billion years ago, Earth's surface had finally cooled to the point that water vapor turned to liquid, no salt added. That's right, a really long time ago, the oceans were fresh water. But that wasn't going to last. Whenever it rains, carbon dioxide from the air dissolves into the falling water. This makes the rain slightly acidic, and when it falls, it causes rocks to erode. From there, rainwater slides towards nearby rivers and streams, taking loose salt and minerals along with it. From there, this runoff flows from rivers into the ocean. Add to that any additional salt and minerals that would be expelled from hydrothermal vents or submarine volcanoes, and then consider that this whole process has been recurring more or less consistently for 3.8 billion years, that's a lot of salt. In fact, there's so much salt in the ocean that if you spread it evenly across all the land on Earth, it would amount to one towering layer of salt that's 40 stories tall. 97% of all the water on Earth is saline, and we've got to assume it's for a reason. So what would our world look like if we took the salt out of the sea? Freshwater oceans sure do sound like a godsend. Right now, it's predicted that a third of the world will be facing chronic water shortages by 2025. At our current rate of consumption, the global demand for fresh water doubles every 20 years. So maybe freshwater oceans would actually yield a good outcome this time. Nope. A sea without salt would decimate marine life and dramatically affect our weather and temperatures, making human life on Earth very difficult, if not impossible. There are roughly 228,450 species in the ocean, and as many as 2 million more to be discovered. But if the ocean were to become desalinated, we'd never find them. Saltwater fish and other ocean creatures evolved to be able to drink salt water to stay hydrated and get rid of excess salt. Not all sea creatures do this the same way, but being able to pump out excess salt is crucial to surviving in the ocean. Some species, like salmon, have adapted to tolerate freshwater and saltwater, but for the most part, all saltwater species would perish. This includes underwater algae, which, believe it or not, accounts for half the photosynthesis that occurs on Earth. Photosynthesis plays a vital role in supplying our planet with oxygen, since trees and plants convert carbon dioxide from the atmosphere into the air we breathe. So without algae, not only do we get less oxygen, we also have a lot more carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. This intensification of the greenhouse effect would make some parts of the world unbearably hot. You'd definitely notice this intense heat near the equator, since our ocean currents wouldn't be circulating warm water and air the way they used to. Convection currents help warm water from the equator get farther north, while colder water from the north is able to cool hotter areas down south. At the equator, warmer water can carry more salt, so this denser water sinks lower, while cooler water flows over top of it. And in the far north, the water gets cold enough to freeze and form sea ice. Salt gets left behind as the water freezes, and naturally, this makes colder water up north denser, allowing it to sink to the bottom to make room for the incoming warmer water that's worked its way up from the south. But without salt, the whole process breaks down. Earth's extremities would freeze, while weather around the equator would intensify. For one thing, hurricanes would be a lot more frequent and a lot more deadly. At this point, our weather and our climate would be totally different from how we know it now. How long would we survive to see all these changes? Not long at all. You'd either freeze, overheat, die in a natural disaster, or starve to death. Yeah, with significantly less photosynthesis and climates that are either extremely cold or extremely hot, our weather would no longer support the diverse plant life it has now. The entire food chain would collapse. Most species would die off, including humans, since crops we rely on for sustenance would all disappear. So, when we say ocean salinization is important, don't take it with a grain of salt. Of course, we respect the scientific method, so keep questioning the world and its properties, on land and beyond.
The sun is releasing massive spurts of energy that are headed directly toward Earth. And if they hit us, it could change everything. Power grids could be wiped out. Our communications could cease to exist. Humanity might be put back into the Stone Age. All because of a solar storm. But what makes them so powerful? How is it possible for something like this to happen in 2024? And why are they so dangerous? This is What If, and here's what would happen if a solar storm hit Earth in 2024. So, how could something like this happen anyway? Well, it all starts with the cycle of our sun. Known as the solar cycle, this is an 11-year stretch in which the sun's solar activity increases and decreases. The cycle starts with just a few sunspots raging about and creating mass amounts of energy, and then 5 or 6 years later, it reaches its peak with anywhere from 100 to 200 sunspots. Then it ramps back down for the last 5 years, and we start another solar cycle. You know, these cosmic threats probably aren't the most likely thing that could destroy Earth. What's a lot more likely to hurt our planet is climate change. Hurricanes, forest fires, and rising sea levels are all becoming more frequent due to the Earth heating up. But luckily, the Environmental Protection Agency is working to help solve this. There are new rules in place that incentivize coal and natural gas power plants to cut or capture 90% of their climate pollution by 2032. This could reduce the carbon emissions from these plants by 75%, bringing them back down to levels we haven't seen in almost 2 decades. The EPA has also announced stricter rules that will force these companies to have safer disposal for toxic wastewater and coal ash, byproducts of making electricity in these plants. But that's not all. Companies are being incentivized to retire fossil fuels entirely, shifting to energy sources like wind and solar, both of which are cleaner and cheaper to produce energy from. If we want our planet to stick around, it's essential that our leaders prioritize making progress on carbon reduction. Currently, we're in our 25th cycle since we began tracking the Sun in 1755. And unfortunately for us, scientists predict that the sunspots will peak in 2024. This means there's a higher chance that a solar storm will occur. Now, before we get to our solar storm, what are sunspots anyway? Well, they're cooler and darker areas of the Sun that are created by a strong magnetic field. They're not directly responsible for creating solar flares, but it just so happens that flares are most common in these sunspots due to their high magnetic activity. The magnetic field lines can become twisted and tangled near certain parts of the Sun, and they can suddenly snap and realign, which creates a massive burst of energy. This can result in a solar storm. So now that the Sun has released this massive amount of energy, what will happen to you on Earth? Well, when a solar storm occurs, you won't notice it right away. That's because it takes a few minutes before it reaches Earth. Hurry up and get in your last couple of YouTube videos, because once this storm hits, everything changes. Now, the first thing you might notice is that more and more auroras will start popping up worldwide. This typically happens when charged particles from the solar storm interact with the Earth's atmosphere. Although these sights in the sky look beautiful, the good parts about a solar flare end there. Due to the effect on our geomagnetic field, most of our technology would stop working. Things like satellites, GPS, and radio transmissions would become incredibly spotty. Your cell phone likely wouldn't be able to pick up any signal, and communications worldwide would start to fade out or become less reliable. But that would only be if we were affected by a few solar flares. This is an entire solar storm we're talking about here. These are comprised of multiple attacks by the Sun on the Earth. But before we get to that, people on Earth aren't the only ones affected by this. Astronauts up in space would also suffer the consequences. Their situation could be a lot worse. The Sun would be blasting them with intense solar radiation, and if they're not in a specially shielded area on the spaceship, a solar storm could prove deadly. They could get radiation sickness, as well as develop cancer later on. The solar storm could also destroy their ability to communicate with their mission control, and vice versa. This is just what would happen on the first day of the solar storm, but several days later, as you're still having trouble getting cell reception, another massive attack would come from the Sun. A phenomenon known as a coronal mass ejection, or CME for short, would be coming right for Earth. A CME is a massive explosion of plasma and electromagnetic radiation from the Sun. This mass ejection can cause violent geomagnetic storms that interfere with Earth's magnetic field. If this were to happen, Earth as we know it could change for good. Just look at what happened in 1859. A solar storm known as the Carrington event occurred. It disrupted and flat out destroyed telegraph communications. Luckily, in this case, Earth was able to recover relatively quickly from what today would be a cataclysmic event.
Telegraph communications were a simple technology. Telegraph lines could be repaired quickly and things went back to normal. But what would happen today? Our lives are so much more reliant on technology, and we have so much more of it. This time, the tech interruptions wouldn't just stop with the odd glitch or spotty signal. Instead, a solar storm could be so bad that it would make all technology stop working. Yeah, the intense levels of electromagnetic radiation could wipe out entire power grids and communication systems. Even something as simple as buying groceries with your credit card would be impossible. We're talking about a full-on global blackout. If you were in an airplane, the cockpit could lose communication with air traffic control and not know where to go. Or, with the intense radiation levels hitting Earth, the plane could fall entirely. The same goes for subways and trains. They could come to a complete stop in their tracks. This would cause catastrophes all around the world. Planes falling from the sky, trains crashing. Now, not having power at your house would be the least of the world's worries, because entire cities, including all hospitals, would be without power. No power means it's harder or impossible to treat certain patients. The lack of power and technology malfunctions could cause millions of people to die. The solar flares and CMEs might last anywhere from a couple of hours to a few days, but that doesn't mean this event would be over just yet. Because of all the damage to our power grids, communications, and technology, Earth would take some time to recover. It might be weeks or months before we get back to normal. We'd have to rebuild parts of our power grids and communication systems. And depending on the parts needed, well, this might take another several weeks. And take into account the lack of communication that the world would suffer. I mean, talking to your neighbors is one thing, but how would you communicate with another city or country? Global supply chains would collapse. This would delay things even further. But once humanity got all these things sorted, we would rebuild. What once felt like the end of humanity might turn into a simple footnote in Earth's history. The result of a solar storm could be traumatic and life-changing, but humans would live to see another day. So, how likely is something like this? Well, it's tough to predict. We can look at the solar cycles and see how many solar flares occur, but there's no telling if they'll hit Earth or not. And although a solar storm could happen, well, keep in mind that even though we're more reliant on technology than ever before, our technology is also more resistant. Communication technology and power grids are built to withstand various types of interference. NASA is also working on technology to help predict and warn us about solar flares. If one is headed our way, well, here's what you can do to prepare. Keep a well-stocked emergency and first aid kit nearby. Like with any natural disaster, it's important to be equipped with first aid equipment, non-perishable food, and water. You might want to invest in surge protectors and remember to unplug any electronics if a solar storm occurs. Lastly, look into off-grid power supplies, backup energy sources like generators or solar panels. Then just wait it out. The world should return to normal.
1.3 billion years ago, two orbiting massive black holes, circling each other at 250 times a second, collided in a violent, universe-rippling explosion that sent waves of energy throughout the cosmos. In its wake, a new supermassive black hole formed over 60 times bigger than our Sun. Fast forward to September 2015, gravitational waves from this ancient cosmic event finally struck Earth. Luckily, the gravitational waves weakened over such a great distance. But what if we weren't so lucky? If a couple of black holes in our solar system collided, could we survive? What would happen to Earth if we got hit by massive gravitational waves? What causes these waves? And how can we detect them? In 1916, Albert Einstein made waves himself with his groundbreaking theory of general relativity, known famously by the formula E equals mc squared, or energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. He proved energy and mass are interchangeable, and that space, or spacetime, curves in relation to the energy and momentum of whatever matter and radiation are present. With great foresight, Einstein inferred the collision of black holes, or massive stellar objects, create distortions in gravity, which are pushed out in all directions. Thanks to incredible developments in atomic measurement, scientists in Washington and Louisiana in the US at the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, or LIGO for short, were able to detect and measure the first ever gravitational waves here on Earth in 2015. This was a historic moment in science, as it was the first definitive proof of Einstein's theory of relativity. Using laser interferometry, observatories can detect a change less than 10,000th the diameter of a proton. That's 1 million times smaller than the width of a human hair. Since then, LIGO has measured 50 detections of gravitational waves. So, what exactly is causing these waves? And could they be catastrophic? There are many sources of gravitational waves, including the collision of black holes, the rotation of asymmetrical neutron stars, supernovae, or even remnants of gravitational radiation caused by the Big Bang. These waves travel at the speed of gravity, equal to the speed of light, and emanate outward in all directions. Like a rock being thrown in a pond, the ripples it creates dissipate over great distances and become smaller and smaller. Luckily, in our pocket of the universe, we are over 400 million light-years away from any orbiting black holes. We're generally safe, but if these black holes happen to be in our solar system, the implications are much more dire. When gravitational waves pass through a planet, one side is compressed as the other expands, kinda like squeezing a stress ball. I could use one of those right now. As a result, time and space itself are stretched, causing a slight wobble. But if we were closer to this violent event and the waves were much bigger, this impact could potentially tear our planet apart, triggering powerful continent-splitting earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and epic storms. Earth wouldn't really be a habitable place anymore, except maybe for extremophiles like bacteria that thrive in hydrothermal vents. Let's imagine our sun was a neutron star of an imperfect, non-spherical shape, sending gravitational ripples outward as it spins. Earth would likely look more like Io, one of Jupiter's moons, which is put under great gravitational pressure by Jupiter, and as a result is one of the most volcanically active moons in the solar system. Our landscape would be covered in lava and volcanic fallout, with an atmosphere made up of toxic gases like hydrogen sulfide. This would cause massive global warming and intense storms, constant tsunamis, tornadoes, and, well, you get the idea, climate chaos. We can count our blessings. We are nowhere near any massive objects shooting out gravitational waves. But thankfully, we can still measure them and learn more about the complexities of our universe. Even though we get hit by gravitational waves, they are generally so small, we can't even feel any impact.
Just 3,000 light-years from Earth is a black hole visible to the naked eye. Thankfully, we're a safe distance from this stellar black hole and many others like it. There are approximately 100 million of them out there in our galaxy that we know of. They are remnants of supernovae, which occur when stars 10 to 20 times larger than our Sun collapse in on themselves. Stellar black holes are fairly common and are about 16 kilometers in diameter. And then there's the much larger competition: supermassive black holes. These have a diameter roughly the size of our solar system and a mass greater than 1 million suns combined. One of them, known as Sagittarius A, is right smack dab in the middle of our galaxy. So, how close would a black hole need to be a danger to us? Well, technically, a black hole the size of a 1 millimeter pin could destroy us if it was close enough to Earth due to its incredibly dense mass and extreme gravitational pull. Our survival all depends on whether we've surpassed the event horizon or not. You can think of this as the black hole's point of no return. Anything beyond this point would have to travel faster than light to escape. Yeah, good luck with that. If Earth got close enough, the side nearest to the black hole would begin stretching toward it. Our atmosphere would start to be vacuumed up, and then huge chunks of the Earth would rip apart and follow suit. If Earth managed to fall into the orbit of the black hole, we'd experience tidal heating. The strong, uneven gravitational pull on Earth would continuously deform the planet. This would generate a tremendous amount of internal friction, heating the Earth's core to disastrous levels. It would likely give rise to earthquakes, volcanoes, and deadly tsunamis. The trifecta of doom. Eventually, Earth would begin to stretch in a process known as spaghettification. And not in the tasty, cheesy, tomatoey way.
Mamma mia!
Let's say you were a superhero and decided to fight the black hole head first. Well, your arms would be closer than your feet, causing your body to stretch out vertically and become more and more compressed. Let's hope your superpower is elasticity. For an average-sized stellar black hole, spaghettification could occur several hundred kilometers away from the event horizon. But for a supermassive black hole, physicists believe that this would happen inside the event horizon due to its size. Eventually, no matter what size it is, anything entering a black hole would be ripped into a string of individual atoms. This would happen to anything that crosses it: people, planets, stars, you name it. Unfortunately, our whole solar system would be doomed. The careful balance of the sun and our many planets would collapse, which could send them crashing into one another. And to add insult to injury, our asteroid belt would get sucked toward us. About 200 of the 552,894 asteroids we know of are more than 100 kilometers across. So, if one hits us, we'd be dead before we would turn into spaghetti. Frankly, I'm not sure which fate would be worse. All of the matter in our solar system would join the accretion disk around the black hole. As matter gets sucked into the black hole, it generates massive amounts of radiation, so even if we somehow survived all the asteroids, we'd likely die from the radiation. Believe it or not, astronomers have discovered rare circumbinary planets that orbit two stars. While this may be a possibility with a black hole and our sun, the extreme tidal forces would likely make our planet uninhabitable. And worse yet, we might get kicked out of orbit, or swallowed by the sun or the black hole eventually. Sorry, but there's not an outcome where we win here. But, and this is a big but, maybe we could find a way to protect ourselves in some hyper-reinforced space shuttle. if we somehow made it past the event horizon, we might be in for an even stranger time. Physics as we know it would change. Things like gravity, the speed of light, and even how atoms bind and react may be completely different. The truth is, we don't know what would happen. We can't get any information out of a black hole. Would we get pulled into another dimension? End up in a parallel universe? Or maybe we're already inside a black hole.
Oh my god! Oh Jesus! Oh my god!
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you... What? Wait a minute. Why are you twinkling so much? Whoa, guys, that's no diamond in the sky. That looks like a supernova. As much as we love to blow stuff up here on Earth, no bombs or pyrotechnics could compare to the incredible force of nature's biggest explosion, the supernova. As a star reaches its grand finale and explodes, what would happen to life on Earth if we were close by? How far away from a supernova are we considered safe? Could anything survive its deadly radiation? And what makes supernovae valuable to us? Before you freak out, Earth is in a relatively safe patch of space called the local bubble. This peanut-shaped region of expanding gas in our Milky Way galaxy results from nearby supernova explosions that occurred 20 million years ago. These explosions helped shape our solar system, spreading gas, dust, and heavier elements like uranium and gold to Earth. Without these supernovae, we wouldn't have any shiny gold bling or powerful nuclear reactors, so you can literally count your lucky stars. Okay, but are we in danger of any nearby supernovae? On average, a supernova will occur about once every 50 years in the Milky Way. Thankfully, there are no stars massive enough to become a supernova within 50 light years of the Earth. There is, however, one binary star system within 159 light years of Earth that could potentially put us at risk. Binary star systems are Type 1 supernovae. This happens in a tumultuous dance between two stars where matter is sucked from one star into another, typically a white dwarf. Eventually, the white dwarf explodes, resulting in an epic supernova. On the other hand, Type 2 supernovae occur when a star runs out of fuel and some of its mass flows into its core. Over time, the core will start to grow and get so heavy that it can't withstand its gravitational force, and then kablooey! The core collapses and a supernova is born. When these explosions occur, a powerful blast of radiation is spread throughout space that will kill anything within 50 light years. To put this in perspective, our solar system is only about 2 light years wide, so the supernova's blast would be the distance of 25 of our solar systems in a row. If a supernova occurred as close as 30 light years away, we'd have bigger problems than a pandemic on our hands. The intense blast of radiation would carry a massive influx of high-energy neutrinos that would boil any living creature from the inside out. Hope you like your meals poached. The entire Earth could be vaporized in just a fraction of a second if the supernova was close enough. The shockwave would arrive with enough force to wipe out our entire atmosphere and even our oceans. The exploded star would grow brighter for about 3 weeks after the explosion, casting shadows even during the day. Even if life survived, the superheated gas from the supernova would emit deadly amounts of UV and gamma radiation. These rays would destroy the ozone layer, leading to the formation of nitrous oxide smog. We would all have to go deep underground and embrace our new lives as mole people to escape the lethal radiation and poisonous atmosphere. Unfortunately, there would be an increase in mutations and deadly cancers. And to top it all off, our phytoplankton, which account for almost 50% of all photosynthetic activity on Earth, would die off. Phytoplankton is vital to us and can absorb carbon dioxide from our atmosphere. Without it, we'd have a tougher time breathing. Global warming would accelerate even further beyond our control. And as an essential food source at the bottom of the marine food chain, a lack of phytoplankton would result in sea creatures becoming extinct. And eventually, humankind would too. So, like many what-ifs, almost everything dies.
No! No!
But there might still be a few lucky species of extremophiles that could survive the intense radiation. After a few hundred or thousands of years, the supernova would leave an impressive nebula in its wake. At the very least, we'd have a fantastic view in our night sky. Well, for those of us that can see. Is it a meteor shower? Space debris? No, it's something much, much worse. Our nearest neighbor is a full moon no more. The moon exploded and splintered into millions of fragments. Enormous lunar rocks are hurtling toward Earth. Could this wipe us off the face of the planet? How could the moon explode in the first place? And if we do survive, how would losing the moon change life as we know it? Okay, so how on Earth did the moon blow up? A blast mining operation gone wrong? A nuclear blast? A collision with a rogue planet? Whatever caused this catastrophe, you'd have to be packing some serious firepower to blow up the moon.
Guns. Lots of guns.
The largest nuclear bomb ever built, the Tsar Bomba, had the energy of over 57 million tons of TNT. Think that's strong enough? It's just a drop in the ocean compared to the amount of force you'd need to blow up the moon. You'd need the power of over 600 billion Tsar Bombas to destroy the moon. With anything less than that, the moon would just crack into pieces, and its gravity would pull it back together again. But if someone, or something, managed to explode the moon, it would spell bad news for us. The moon debris would scatter across the solar system, some into the abyss of outer space, and some headed straight for Earth. Earth's gravitational pull would immediately start to attract the moon rocks. As the moon's remains start to pick up speed, they would come crashing down into the atmosphere. Luckily, most of the smaller debris would burn up before it reaches us. Any larger pieces that got through would be traveling much slower than a similar-sized asteroid. The damage they'd cause wouldn't amount to much. But is it just me, or is it getting a little hot in here? The moon chunks aren't causing much damage, but the endless barrage of debris on our atmosphere would start to heat up the Earth. The whole world would start to get hotter and hotter, eventually getting to the point of incinerating all life. Talk about a bad way to go. Oh, and if you're thinking about trying to evacuate Earth, you better do it as soon as possible. The moon debris, combined with all the satellites it would destroy in space, would make any trip out nearly impossible. But what if you did manage to get out of Dodge or hunker down in the deepest parts of the Earth? What would life be like in the aftermath? Well, for some of us, it wouldn't get any cooler. The moon helps stabilize the Earth's axial tilt.
It's what gives us seasons. With a new tilt, some parts of the Earth could be constantly exposed to the sun. In the worst case, the polar regions could start rapidly melting, raising sea levels and drowning out parts of the world. As the debris settles, the skies could look a little different. The remaining moon rock might cluster around the Earth, forming a giant ring like Saturn. But don't stop and stare too long. Every once in a while, some of the debris could rain down onto the Earth. Over billions of years, the moon's gravitational pull slowed down the Earth's rotation, giving us our 24-hour days. Without the moon, the Earth would start to rotate faster and faster. We'd have shorter days and stronger winds. Birds and insects would have a tough time surviving the harsh winds. Not only that, ocean tides would start to die down into tiny little waves. The moon's gravity helps create tides on Earth. Bummed out that you can't rip some gnarly waves anymore? Well, dude, there'll be a much bigger problem. It would wipe out all of the sea creatures that rely on the tides and ocean currents for survival. Our whole world would be literally flipped upside down. The Earth would burn up. Our days would be shorter, and the moon wouldn't be there to light up the night sky. You start your day hearing wild news. Jupiter has just swallowed Saturn. And it doesn't stop there. Jupiter is on its way to swallow every planet in the solar system. How big would Jupiter get? What would you see from Earth? And would Jupiter get rings like Saturn? This is What If, and here's what would happen if Jupiter swallowed every planet in the solar system. Jupiter has swallowed a planet before. Around 4.5 billion years ago, a protoplanet slammed into the young Jupiter. The protoplanet was 10 times Earth's mass, made of rocky and icy material. Jupiter's core broke apart and denser material mixed with hydrogen and helium. A few billion years later, the heavy material settled back into the dense core that we see today. Now, swallowing a single planet is one thing, but could Jupiter eat up all 7? In this scenario, you're going to see the planets get swallowed from largest to smallest, although we're saving Earth for last. Jupiter's first victim would be Saturn. From Earth, you could see these gas giants as 2 bright stars. And if you were to look up at the night sky as Jupiter swallows Saturn, well, all you'd see is Jupiter getting super bright. But if you were closer to the action, you'd see complete chaos. Jupiter is only 3 times heavier than Saturn, so it would be swallowing a planet that's almost its size. First, their moons would collide, creating massive amounts of debris. Some moon remnants would rain down on Jupiter, and some of the debris would float in space. As Jupiter was crashing into Saturn, Jupiter's surface temperature would become hotter than the sun's outer layer. Whatever remained of Saturn would mix in with Jupiter's atmosphere. They would become one. Now, swallowing Saturn would increase Jupiter's mass and gravity by 30%. Jupiter would also sport prominent new rings from the shattered moons. Next, it would envelop the 2 ice giants, Uranus and Neptune. The 27 moons of Uranus would collide with the rings of Jupiter, adding to the floating debris. Uranus has an icy core made of water, methane, and ammonia, but Neptune's inner core is rocky. Regardless, both cores would melt as the planets crashed into Jupiter. Now, Jupiter would be almost 40% heavier, and it would head
towards its first rocky planetary snacks. The rocky planets, Venus and Mars, wouldn't even make it to Jupiter's core. They'd burn up in Jupiter's atmosphere as if they were mere asteroids. Then we'd see our last planetary neighbor disappear inside this bulked-up Jupiter. Mercury is even smaller than Jupiter's largest moon, Ganymede, so it would get ripped apart by Jupiter's rings, adding to the speedy debris. Now, only Earth and Jupiter would be left, and Earth would be in big trouble. But how would Jupiter go about swallowing our planet? Even in its normal state, without swallowing 6 planets, Jupiter's gravitational force affects Earth. Yeah, every 405,000 years, the pull of Jupiter and Venus makes Earth's orbit wobble. It causes hotter summers, colder winters, and more rainfall in the tropics. And now, Jupiter's gravitational pull would be over 40% stronger. But Jupiter's pull would still be no match for the Sun's gravitational force, so Jupiter would have to come for Earth just like it swallowed all the other planets in our solar system. Jupiter doesn't have a hard surface like the rocky planets. You could say Jupiter is a big, dense ball of gas. Its surface is defined as the point where its atmospheric pressure is equal to Earth's. Well, so could Earth simply pass through? No. Just like the rest of the planets, Earth and all life on it would be toast. First, we'd be bombarded by asteroids while passing through Jupiter's rings. I doubt anyone would survive this, but if they did, they would see the Earth igniting as it enters Jupiter's atmosphere. Jupiter is so massive that even if it were to swallow its 7 planetary neighbors, it wouldn't even double in size. Now, what would happen if Jupiter continued to grow? Well, even if Jupiter increased its mass by 400%, it would stay about the same size. But the extra mass would make Jupiter so dense that it would start pulling in on itself. Yeah, it would get smaller instead of larger. And if Jupiter were to increase its mass by 70,000%, well, it could trigger a fusion reaction and light up like a star. About 50 billion rogue planets are roaming the Milky Way with no host star to hold on to.
They don't give off any light of their own, and that makes them difficult to spot. Last time a stray planetoid the size of Mars smashed into Earth, it scattered our planet's young crust into space, where gravity glued those particles into what we now call the Moon. This time, it would be all hellfire and brimstone with no survivors left. And here's a timeline of how things break down. A few weeks before the collision, an unknown object would appear in the sky. It wouldn't happen overnight, no. We'd know something was coming. We'd see the planet slowly growing bigger, until one day, it was as big as the Moon. It would seem as if everything was unfolding at a relatively slow pace, but that's only because of the huge distances involved. Out there in space, the rogue planet would rush towards us at a speed of 11 kilometers a second. When the uninvited space intruder came into the Moon's orbit, bad things would start to happen. The gravitational pull of the alien planet would make the tides on Earth 8 times larger than they are now. Floods would begin to rampage through the coastline cities. And still, the mega tsunamis are yet to come. 28 hours before the collision, the gravity of both planets pulling themselves towards each other would speed up the process. The incoming planet would hit a speed of 60 kilometers a second. Mega tsunamis would plot their way across the oceans. With this would come lightning storms, plus hurricanes and tornadoes so large they wouldn't have a number on the category scale. If you didn't book yourself a vacation or a spaceship that would take you to outer space, your time on this planet would be running out. 3 minutes before the collision, the rogue planet enters the Earth's atmosphere. provided you hadn't already been killed by the lightning, hurricanes, flooding, earthquakes, or volcanoes, you'd see the rocky invader completely filling the sky above you. Nanoseconds before the collision, the atmospheres of both planets would be compressed together and glow brightly. It would get so hot that everything on the side of the Earth about to get hit would instantly vaporize. For the rest of the Earth, the ground would become scorching magma. Upon impact, the collision would cause friction between the two planets. Millions of tons of superheated rock would be sending a wall of fire in all directions. While the hellfire would rush across Earth's surface, the planet's inner core would be melting it from the inside out. This would have one big outcome. The Earth would collapse in on itself. The end of the era. If you did manage to get away in a spaceship, you'd see the massive remnants of both planets catapulted into different orbits. Some of them would hit other planets. Others would be fired out of the solar system entirely. Whatever was left would form a new asteroid belt encircling the Sun. None of this would give any hint that there was once intelligent life on planet Earth. But hey, you can sleep well knowing that this won't ever happen. Well, most likely not. A mysterious interstellar object is on a collision course with Earth, and scientists don't know what it is. What could this new astrophysical object be? Where did it come from? Wait, why is it coming closer? Do you see this? What would this do to Earth? And you? This is What If, and here's what would happen if a hydrogen iceberg fell to Earth. In 2017, scientists discovered the first known interstellar object in our solar system. Meet Oumuamua, which means scout in Hawaiian. According to NASA, this cigar-shaped object is around 400 meters long. It was discovered as it was slingshotting around the sun at over 87 kilometers per second. The verdict is still out on what Oumuamua is. It could be a comet, asteroid, or maybe something else. One leading theory is that it's a hydrogen iceberg. That's because scientists observed Oumuamua accelerating away from the sun instead of floating toward it. It's as if this interstellar object had a little jetpack blasting it further into space. But if it blasted its way into Earth's atmosphere, would it trigger a deadly chemical reaction? If Oumuamua was solid hydrogen ice, it would have been formed in extremely cold conditions. Hydrogen sublimates, or turns from solid to gas, at a frigid minus 267 degrees. And because empty regions of space average out at a temperature of minus 270 degrees, it makes sense that this object could maintain its solid hydrogen structure. As it rounded our sun, that ice on the surface of Oumuamua would vaporize, and that would create the vaporous jets propelling the object straight at you, just like a rocket. This would also explain why Oumuamua has such a strange shape. It was heated by the sun, and it became smaller and thinner, like a used bar of soap. But while empty space may be frigid, the temperature around the sunny side of the Earth could get as hot as 121 degrees. This means our interstellar guest would continue to diminish in size as it traveled closer and closer to Earth. And that wouldn't be the hottest temperature Oumuamua would experience. Like other meteors that enter our atmosphere, it would heat up to a scorching 1,648 degrees. It would just melt before it could ever reach the surface. For this space iceberg to make a devastating impact on the ground, it would need to be massive. But that doesn't mean you'd be entirely safe from catastrophe.
The real danger of this scenario is something much smaller: molecular hydrogen. Hydrogen is known as an indirect greenhouse gas. This makes it different than gases like carbon dioxide or methane. Greenhouse gases trap heat directly. Our atmosphere currently contains about 0.00005% molecular hydrogen. And if a hydrogen iceberg vaporized inside of it, this could accelerate the effects of global warming. As soon as hydrogen filled the atmosphere, it would react with hydroxyl radicals. These molecules are produced by water vapor, ozone, and sunlight. And they typically react with gases like methane, helping to reduce its concentration in the atmosphere. If Oumuamua released a lot more hydrogen into our atmosphere, the methane concentration would increase as well. And methane is 25 times more potent as a heat-trapping gas than carbon dioxide. Who knew that this interstellar visitor could come with a risk of growing global temperatures and sea levels, as well as more severe storms? But before you start picturing Earth-destroying scenarios in your head, don't worry, Oumuamua is long gone. And even if this stellar iceberg came back and set its course on Earth, it would need to be truly massive to cause that kind of damage. An asteroid is headed straight toward Earth. Initially, scientists thought it would miss us, but they've made some serious miscalculations. And now it's headed right toward our giant blue marble. What happens next? Does this mean the end of humanity? Can we change the trajectory of the asteroid? And why might this actually happen by the year 2029? Now, this sounds like a fun hypothetical, but an asteroid coming for Earth? It's no laughing matter. It could happen. Scientists had thought that asteroid 99942, also known as Apophis, might hit Earth by the year 2029. Apophis was discovered in 2004, and scientists have been closely monitoring it ever since. At one point, research suggested that the asteroid had a 2.7% chance of hitting Earth. Yeah, scary, I know, but since then, new calculations predict that the asteroid will whiz by Earth at a distance of 30,000 kilometers. Now, considering that the moon is 380,000 kilometers away, this asteroid will be incredibly close. But at least it won't be hitting us. And of course, calculations can be wrong. Let's say that in this case, they are, and Apophis is coming right toward Earth. Way ahead of schedule. The asteroid is going to hit us this year. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. Apophis is 340 meters in diameter. For reference, that's taller than the Eiffel Tower. But is it the worst asteroid Earth has ever seen? Nah, lucky for us, it's not even close. The Chicxulub asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs was estimated to be 10 to 15 kilometers wide. So now we're dealing with Chicxulub's little brother. So what does that mean for us? Will humans go extinct from this impact? Well, more on that in a bit, but first, let's look at whether we have any chance of stopping this asteroid. Okay, the first step would be identifying the asteroid, which we've already done. We know how big Apophis is and that it's moving at about 30 kilometers per second. Now it's about the defense measures we could use. There's a couple being looked into right now. One of them being the kinetic impactor. This involves sending a spacecraft to collide with the asteroid, all in hopes of changing its velocity and trajectory. NASA has run some successful tests using this method, so that's an option. Next would be what's known as a gravity tractor. A large spacecraft would fly next to the asteroid, and over time, its gravitational pull would eventually change the asteroid's path. Laser ablation is next on the list of options. Yeah, special lasers could be used to vaporize parts of the asteroid's surface. This wouldn't destroy the asteroid, but it could alter its direction as well as the size and impact of it. Yeah, and last but definitely not least is the final nuclear option. Yeah, that's right. As a final resort, we could nuke Apophis. And with the asteroid's massive size, as well as the lack of time we have before it hits us, this might be the only option. But don't be too quick to hit that red button. Nuking an asteroid can have some serious downsides. It could split the asteroid up, causing it to fragment. Then you'd have dozens more minor asteroids and meteors coming toward Earth, making the impact even more devastating. Yeah, and these wouldn't just be regular asteroids either. Because of the nuke, they'd be radioactive. This would mean that significant parts of the world would not only be impacted with asteroids and meteors, but they'd also experience radiation levels only seen during nuclear warfare. So, what's the best option here? Well, it's tough to decide. Let me think about this for a second. Oh, well, it's too late now. We took too long deciding what to do, and now the Apophis will be here any second. Brace yourselves. You wouldn't get a good look at the asteroid impact, and that's because it landed somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. This is the most probable spot an asteroid would land, considering the Earth's surface is mostly water. So you might not see the impact, but you definitely notice it. Once the asteroid hit our planet, it would be as devastating as several thousand nuclear bombs going off, just with a lot less radiation. It would make a crater at the bottom of the ocean as big as a kilometer wide. And what would happen next would be even more devastating. The massive impact would create giant tsunamis that would rage worldwide. Several hours after the asteroid touches down, cities along the Pacific coast would feel Apophis's impact. The tsunamis would travel across the Pacific Ocean at jetliner speeds. Places in North and South America like California, Peru, and Chile would face towering waves. Due to the energy from the asteroid, it would likely cause waves taller than 30 meters. Waves as big as this are responsible for one of the most devastating tsunamis ever. In 2004, Southeast Asia experienced a tsunami that generated waves over 30 meters tall, killing over 230,000 people. But instead of waves like these reaching just a few countries, this would be a complete global catastrophe. Not only would the Americas experience these tsunamis, but so would Japan, Australia, and the Philippines. These places would all be devastated by the impact. Tsunamis like these would likely destroy millions of lives. So that's what would happen if an asteroid hit the ocean, but what if it made impact on land? Well, to start, the impact crater would be much more significant. We know that an asteroid's impact crater can be anywhere from 10 to 20 times the size of the asteroid itself. And now there isn't any water to soften the blow, so the diameter of the crater could be as large as 7 kilometers, with a depth of over 1 kilometer. Depending on where it lands, this asteroid could be big enough to devastate entire cities. The initial impact would send a massive shockwave that spreads for hundreds of kilometers. This could destroy entire buildings and seriously damage infrastructure. It would throw tons of dust and debris into the atmosphere. It could get so bad that it could cause an impact winter. This would be caused by a dust cloud temporarily blocking the sun, causing crops and vegetation to die out, which creates even more casualties. Something like this could last weeks or months and be an overall environmental catastrophe. This entire event, during and after, could cause millions of people to be killed, depending on where the asteroid lands. We can only hope that an asteroid collision like this would land as far away from people as possible. But now for the good news. If Apophis did somehow make an impact, it wouldn't cause a mass extinction like the Chicxulub asteroid did for the dinosaurs. The event would be incredibly traumatic and have lots of casualties, but humanity as a whole would live to see another day.
This is the most powerful object in the universe. The biggest spinning magnet to ever exist. It's the cosmic equivalent of a great white shark. But it wouldn't eat you. It would just turn all your atoms to dust. This is What If, and here's what would happen if a Magnetar entered our solar system.
If you thought neutron stars were big and scary, well, you haven't heard of their more powerful stellar cousins yet. Like neutron stars, magnetars are leftovers from supernova explosions. They're just packed with a lot more matter. Their density is so high that a single teaspoon of a magnetar could weigh in at 1 billion tons. They're also the most magnetic stars we know about. We use a unit called a Gauss to measure the strength of a magnetic field. Earth's magnetic field is only about 0.6 Gauss. The magnetic field of a magnetar can be as strong as 1 quadrillion Gauss. How long would it take a stellar monster like that to rip our planet apart? It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if a magnetar was sitting quietly in our galactic neighborhood, but if it decided to stop minding its own business, there are 2 ways a magnetar could end all life on Earth, together with the planet itself. It could get too close to the planet. You'd start to feel its presence when it was about halfway between the Moon and the Earth. At that distance, a magnetar would erase the information off all your credit card's magnetic strips. Whatever you do, try not to get closer than 1,000 kilometers from a cosmic invader. Because if you did, your atoms would get stretched out of shape. Your bioelectric field would get scrambled, disintegrating your molecular structure. And your body would just disappear. Alternatively, is that we wouldn't even know the magnetar was heading towards us. It would be a blink and you're gone scenario. I won't lie to you, there are magnetars close enough that if one had a violent starquake right now, we'd all get wiped out very fast. When scientists began their search for these interstellar monsters 40 years ago, they didn't realize how many of them exist out there. You might find some comfort in the fact that most magnetars don't make it much past their 10,000th birthday. Their short lifespan ends with them becoming neutron stars. Still dense and still magnetic, but not nearly as dangerous as a magnetar. So, we all know about the Big Bang, right? The cosmic explosion that created our universe? Well, as with everything, there is a beginning and an end. This is the Big Rip, the ultimate fate of our universe. It will be a cosmic event that will tear apart galaxies one by one. Stars, planets, you, everything will be eviscerated. Luckily, it's not going to happen for another 20 to 30 billion years. But what if we weren't so lucky? What if the Big Rip happened tomorrow? What would happen to our planet? And would this really be the end of everything we know? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the Big Rip happened tomorrow. In the future, the Big Rip will literally tear apart the universe. A process that will take about 1 billion years from start to finish. But the mad scientists here at What If have sped up the clock.
So that's, coming along.
The Big Rip is now scheduled for tomorrow. Try to get some sleep now, you've got a big day ahead of you. So, how will this go down exactly? Well, something called dark energy is driving the expansion of the universe. So, as the universe expands, so does the dark energy. During this expansion, dark energy transforms into something called phantom energy. And no, it's not just going through a goth phase. If this transformation happens and the phantom energy increases faster than the expansion of the universe, the Big Rip is set to make its debut. Think of it like a water balloon, and the water is filling the balloon up too fast. Eventually, the balloon will pop. But in this case, it's not a balloon, it's the entire universe. Meanwhile, back on Earth, you're going to have a very, very interesting day. Imagine that you're looking up at the beautiful night sky and you see a shooting star. Wait, that's not a shooting star, that's the Andromeda Galaxy. And it's moving away from us. That's weird. So, since you're confused about what's happening, you whip out your telescope and try to get a closer look. You try to look for other galaxies in the local group of galaxies, but they're gone. Suddenly, all the stars start moving away from you. It looks like you're traveling at light speed. That's the Milky Way breaking apart. You see Saturn shooting through the night sky, and oh my, there goes Jupiter, and oh gosh, you got Mars too. Then, all you see is blackness. The sky is empty of any stars. There's just complete darkness. Okay, it can't get any worse, can it? Well, now the ground is shaking and you see massive tidal waves, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. This is because the moon is breaking away from Earth's gravitational pull. But before you even have a chance to react, the Earth will be snatched away from the sun and it's going to get really, really cold. And for the grand finale, our planet will be torn apart and explode. Luckily, you'll be dead by the time this happens. Yeah, you heard me. I said luckily. If you manage to survive long enough during the explosion, you'd be able to witness your own disintegration. All of your molecules would be getting pulled apart. As you unraveled, all the atoms that make up your body would be swirling around, disintegrating into electrons and protons and neutrons. And then, poof, they'd rip apart as well, leaving nothing behind. Nothing is sacred to the Big Rip. And as the universe keeps expanding, it'll get ripped apart too. The universe is gone. Just gone. Or at least, it's gone as we know it. We have no idea what would occur after the Big Rip. That's totally unknown. So, sorry for the spoilers, but that's how we close the book on our universe. Have you ever heard of Medusa? The snake-haired Greek monster who turns people to stone with a single glance?
Well, she may just be a myth, but there is an area so deadly that it could actually turn you to stone. The infamous Lake Natron. What makes Lake Natron's water so dangerous? What kind of creatures live there? And could you survive if you fell in? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you jumped into Lake Natron. Before we take the plunge, we'd better look at what Lake Natron is made of. Much like the Dead Sea, this Tanzanian lake doesn't run off into any oceans or rivers. This allows it to soak up all that salty desert rain. Soupy. Yet, what makes it especially lethal is its close proximity to the active volcano Oldoño Lengai. The volcano spews a rare kind of lava, rich in sodium and potassium carbonate, called natrocarbonatite, or natron for short. Releasing into the water, this mix of sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate were key ingredients once used in Egyptian mummification, creating the perfect preservative in lake form. The whole chemical composition is extremely alkaline, with pH levels of 10.5, close to that of ammonia. This gives the lake its rosy hue. Any birds who happen to take a dive and don't make it out become calcified in a hardened stone-like husk. Oof. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. In 2013, wildlife photographer Nick Brandt was one of the first to document this phenomenon. He discovered several stone birds and other unlucky animals in the dry season when the water had receded. He theorized that since the lake is so mirror-like and reflective, the birds must have flown right into it, as if it was a big glass door. But despite so many birds dying in Lake Natron, there is a particular species flourishing. Turns out, the lake's toxic waters provide a safe haven from predators, making it perfect flamingo flocking grounds. So, if flamingos can handle it, couldn't we? Well, it's not that simple, unfortunately. Flamingos thrive in salty lakes because of their tough skin and scaly legs, which prevent burns. They can drink the fresh water from nearby springs or geysers at the edges of the lake, and if they're desperate enough, they can even filter salt water with special glands in their nasal cavities. And to top it all off, their strong stomachs allow them to feed on the toxic algae found throughout the lake. This makes Lake Natron the perfect spot to raise and protect their young. So let's say we tried to live like a flamingo and decided to take a dip. Well, depending on the time of year, the water can be up to 60 degrees, which is hot enough to cause third-degree burns in 5 seconds or less. Also, I wouldn't plan on doing any fancy dives or cannonballs, as its shallowness is also chock full of sharp, salty structures. You wouldn't be turned to stone instantly, but if you happened to drown and stay submerged, your entire body would harden and be preserved. If people found you hundreds of years later, you might still have your hair and organs intact. Yeah, still looking spiffy after all those years. Like mummification, natron's super high alkalinity stops the decomposition process. Thankfully, this means you'd be safe from vultures or any other hungry scavengers looking for a snack. If you waded into the lake at a time when the water temperature was lower, it could feel more like a hot tub. But your eyes or any open wounds would sting like crazy because of all that salt. I'd strap on some goggles if I were you. In 2007, another bird flew straight into this chemical cocktail. A group of wildlife videographers plunged into Lake Natron's toxicity when their helicopter crashed. The pilot suffered a broken leg and another passenger had a broken hip. Incredibly, one of the passengers managed to struggle to shore and alerted some of the Maasai tribespeople nearby. They quickly built stretchers and carried the injured to land in the nick of time. Even though you could survive Lake Natron's waters, I'd stick to a swimming pool if I were you.
You know, videos about falling into things very popular on What If. You may have seen What If You Fell Into the World's Deepest Hole? What If You Fell Into a Pool Full of Piranhas? What If You Fell Into a Pit of Snakes? Of course, there was Lake Natron. We've got some more deadly lakes coming up for you later on in this marathon. But first, what I want to say to you is, Oldoño Lengai. You may recall that's the name of the volcano in Tanzania that feeds the nitrocarbonatite into Lake Natron. So it's goggles and wetsuits if you want to go swimming in Lake Natron, but what if you went to Antarctica? Well, it'd be parkas and boots, obviously, but have you ever thought about what's underneath Antarctica? It's not just ice floating in the middle of the ocean. There is land underneath there, and it's not always hospitable.
Deep beneath the thick layer of million-year-old ice, something is lurking quietly, waiting to rip through the rigid ice sheets. No, not that. This enormous icy wasteland is sitting on top of a volcanic ridge. And in our hypothetical world, these volcanoes are about to wake up. Could their scorching lava wipe out the surface of Earth? Or would the thick Antarctic ice stop the lava before it makes our planet uninhabitable? This is What If, and here's what would happen if Antarctica's dormant volcanoes woke up. Antarctica is the coldest continent on Earth, and it's quite mysterious. We didn't know it had active volcanoes buried underneath it until 2013, when scientists accidentally detected 2 clusters of small earthquakes. Now that we've scanned Antarctica with ice-penetrating radar, we know that there are many more volcanoes hiding below the ice. 138 to be precise. But that's only the ones we know of. How many more could be hibernating there? And how much trouble would we be in if all those volcanoes suddenly decided their slumber was over? It shouldn't be too surprising that these ash-breathing ruptures have been buried underneath Antarctica's ice shield this whole time. After all, volcanoes are easy to come by, even outside our home planet. There are volcanoes on Jupiter's moon Io, Saturn's moon Enceladus, and on our planetary neighbor Venus. But let's not waste our time there. We've got our own world to save. Do you know what happens when a volcano erupts? There are usually warning signs before the real action begins, like the waves of earthquakes. They indicate that there's molten rock moving beneath the surface. Then, lava and ash join the party, accompanied by heated gases. It depends on a variety of scenarios and the kind of lava involved, but on average, lava moves at about 10 kilometers per hour, pretty easy to outrun. But when a major eruption occurs, a volcano releases superheated gases and ash. Combined, they create something called a pyroclastic cloud. These things are hot, reaching up to 700 degrees, and they can move at 80 kilometers per hour. Being trapped by one of these would mean the end of days for you. But Antarctica's volcanoes are a different story. They're buried under layers of ice that are more than 4 kilometers thick in places. We wouldn't be dealing with volcanic gases making their way to the surface, at least as far as one eruption goes. The heat released would melt massive caverns in the ice, creating substantial amounts of meltwater. And that's when things would start getting ugly. The newly created meltwater would cause the ice above it to move more rapidly. The Antarctic ice cover would begin heading into the ocean. From there,
the domino effect would kick in. The huge weight of the ice puts all that pressure on volcanoes, keeping them stable. But decrease that pressure, and a volcano gets limbered up, and magma finds a way out through an eruption. In the case of Antarctica, multiple volcanic eruptions could wake up over 100 other volcanoes and destabilize the entire region. As the volcanoes continued to blow their tops, more meltwater would be created, causing more of the Antarctic ice to slide into the ocean. Antarctic ice would be enclosed by warmer ocean currents. On one hand, we'd get a new look at Antarctic bedrock that's been hiding under the ice this whole time. On the other hand, the ice wouldn't just disappear into thin air, it would melt. And if all of Antarctica's ice melted, it would raise the global sea level by about 60 meters. Rising sea levels could contribute to major storms moving slower and dropping more rain. Hurricanes and typhoons would wreak havoc on the Earth's surface. Wildlife along coastal areas would lose their habitats, and agricultural soil would become contaminated with salt. Extensive flooding would push millions of people away from the coastline. If the eruptions happened in the span of one day, we'd be looking at thousands of deaths and storms wiping out everything floating in the oceans. But let's go back to Antarctica for a second. Now that all the ice has melted, what about the rampaging magma? The good news is it wouldn't turn the Earth into a lava world. After all, the eruptions would occur underwater. The hot magma would solidify in the cold water of the Antarctic Ocean and maybe add more real estate to Antarctica's own bedrock. But things don't end there. When volcanoes erupt on land, they spew out heated gases, including carbon monoxide, methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen. To go along with this, there's usually some water vapor thrown into the mix. By some estimates, volcanoes are responsible for the release of 645 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. If the Antarctic volcano eruptions turned out to be powerful enough, they would blow open huge expanses of ice, allowing the release of even more toxic greenhouse gases. When one of Antarctica's surface volcanoes, Mount Takahe, erupted some 18,000 years ago, it spewed out the chemicals that ate a hole in the ozone layer. That hole warmed up the southern hemisphere and caused glaciers to melt. It helped wrap up the last ice age.
If you traveled to the deepest points of Earth, what would you find? Lost cities? Mythical sea monsters? Rivers of gold? Probably not, but there's still a lot to discover, so join me as we travel deep underneath the surface to explore some of the most inhospitable places on Earth. What lives at the bottom of the Mariana Trench? How much of the ocean is unmapped? And what is mined deep below the Earth's surface? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you explored the deepest points on Earth. Not many people can claim that they've been to the deepest points on Earth, but Victor Vescovo can. From 2018 to 2019, Vescovo led an expedition that visited the deepest points in all 5 oceans. The 5 Deeps expedition covered 87,000 kilometers in just 10 months and completed 39 dives using a small submarine. For your trip, you're only going to visit one trench, the Mariana Trench. You'll need to save about $750,000 for the trip, but you'd be one of the few people to explore this deep. What would you see as you descend? First, you'd need to travel to Japan. From there, you'd take a submarine about 2,000 kilometers out into the Pacific Ocean. Challenger Deep, the deepest point of the Mariana Trench, is almost 11 kilometers below the surface, and it would take about 2.5 hours to reach it. There will be a lot to look at in the beginning of your descent. The first 200 meters below the surface is where most ocean life thrives. As you travel deeper, it becomes darker and the less wildlife you'd see, though you'd still get to witness the occasional whale diving for food. You'd see your first deep-sea creature, the fangtooth, at 1 kilometer below the surface. This appropriately named fish is 16 centimeters long with 2 giant teeth. To make room for them, the fangtooth has 2 sockets beside its brain. As you travel deeper than 2,500 meters, there are no more whales. They don't usually dive down this deep. But when you hit 8,000 meters, you'd encounter the Mariana snailfish. At this point, the atmospheric pressure is nearly 1,100 times what you feel at sea level. If you weren't inside a pressurized submarine, it would be like having the weight of a fully loaded truck on your head. Those little snailfish out there must be pretty strong to withstand all this intense pressure. Eventually, you'd reach the very bottom, the Challenger Deep. If you look closely, you might spot an amphipod species, Hirondellea gigas. These small, deep ocean creatures are only about 3 centimeters long. And that's about it down in the Mariana Trench. No secret treasures, hidden cities, or sea monsters. Next, it's time for you to travel to the world's deepest sea volcano, the West Mata volcano. This underwater site is located southwest of the Samoas. You'll need to rent another submarine to travel down 1,200 meters below the surface. But since you just visited the Mariana Trench, it should be no problem for you. If you're lucky, the volcano would be active and you would enjoy seeing lava fountains and glowing bubbles. Just be careful of all the debris that erupts into the ocean. Both the West Mata volcano and the Mariana Trench are natural deep points on Earth. But what about something that's man-made? The Mponeng gold mine is the deepest operating mine in the world. Around 4,000 miners work in it every day. And despite safety precautions, it's still risky. In March 2020, a seismic event killed 3 miners who were 3.5 kilometers below the surface. To get to the mine, you'd need to travel to the Gauteng province in South Africa. You'd take the elevator, known as a cage, with 119 other workers until it reaches 2.5 kilometers below the Earth's surface. As the elevator doors open, you'll notice the heat. It's about 30 degrees. And that's only because the mining company has created a system to cool down the air. Without fans blowing over a mixture of ice and salt, the mine would be a whopping 60 degrees. Why? Because you're so deep in the Earth that its inner heat is warming up the surrounding atmosphere. You'd only be 2.5 kilometers underneath the Earth's surface. To go lower, you'd need to walk or drive the rest of the way. You'd be at the bottom of the mine when you reached 4 kilometers. That's as deep as 10 Empire State Buildings. Luckily, there are no cave creatures to worry about down here. The only life down here, other than the miners, is monotypic bacteria. While the Mponeng gold mine is impressive, all of the deepest points on Earth are in oceans. According to NASA, over 80% of the oceans remain unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. And if we want to continue to explore these areas, we're going to need to take better care of our planet. They're not the biggest falls in the world, not by a long shot. But they're certainly among the most famous. Niagara Falls attracts millions of visitors from around the world every year. People come for the history,
They come for the romance. They come for the spectacular view. But some people just can't get close enough. This is What If, and here's what would happen if you fell into Niagara Falls. There are 3 different waterfalls that make up Niagara Falls, but the one that gets all the attention is the Canadian Horseshoe Falls. The Canadian Horseshoe Falls is about 57 meters tall and 670 meters wide. Water rushes over its edge at a peak speed of 109 kilometers per hour, dumping about 2.8 million liters of water over its edge every second. Considering its height, its speed, and its raw natural power, it's hard to believe that anyone could survive a trip over the falls. And yet, it's been done several times. Was it skill? Or was it luck? How do you survive a fall into Niagara Falls? The first person to survive a trip over Niagara Falls was Annie Edson Taylor. In 1921, on her 63rd birthday, she crawled into an oak and iron barrel and floated right over the edge of the falls. Taylor performed this stunt for money and fame, but she didn't earn much for her feat. Nonetheless, daredevils seeking to follow in her footsteps were not deterred. In 1928, for example, Jean Lussier went over Niagara Falls in a 182-centimeter rubber and steel ball lined with 32 inner tubes. Lussier survived the fall and spent the rest of his life selling souvenirs to tourists. Not all the daredevils were as lucky as Taylor and Lussier. In fact, of the 16 people who've tried to beat the falls, just a little more than half have lived to tell the tale. To date, only 5 people have survived an unprotected fall down the Canadian Horseshoe Falls. The first and youngest was Roger Woodward in 1960. He was only 7 years old at the time when a boating accident caused him to be swept overboard and over the edge of the falls. Woodward was rescued shortly after and made a full recovery after spending just 3 days in the hospital being treated for a concussion. Today, that event is still referred to as the Miracle at Niagara. Most rescuers and experts at Niagara consider unprotected survival stories to be blind luck. But there are some strategies that might just save your life if, for any reason, you find yourself hurtling 109 kilometers per hour in freezing cold water towards the edge of a 57-meter drop. The first thing you need to remember just before you go over is to take a really deep breath. When you reach the bottom, there will be so much water swirling around you, not to mention the intense pressure of the water falling from above that you could easily suffocate. So, taking a big gulp of air before your fall could buy you some time. You'll also want to take precautions to protect your head. If you can, orient yourself so that you fall feet first. Then, you'll want to wrap your arms around your head with your elbows over your nose and clench your eyes and mouth shut as tightly as incredibly lucky if you survive the fall, but that doesn't mean your ordeal is over. The water temperature below the falls is around the freezing mark, which gives you about 15 minutes to get out of there before hypothermia kicks in. You'll likely be badly bruised and terribly disoriented, but if you can stay calm and focused, you might just be one of the lucky few to survive a fall into Niagara Falls. Of course, the best way to survive is to pay attention to the warning signs and respect the safety rails. After all, the falls are huge. Do you really need to risk your life to get a closer look?
All that stands between you and a pool of boiling, rotten egg-smelling, acidic water is a humble boardwalk. And your good judgment. Stray off the path, and you could be headed toward quite the swim. Heads up, scorching temperatures would be just the start of your problems. How long could you survive your accidental dip? How would it feel to swallow these colorful waters?
And why might there not be anything left of you to save? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you fell into a Yellowstone hot spring. Yellowstone National Park is one of the most iconic in the United States, and it's situated atop a volcanic hotspot. If you decided to take an off-trail hike, you could accidentally walk right into Emerald Spring. This hot spring is located in the Norris Geyser Basin, and it looks spectacular. Except you'd notice that the visuals don't make up for the stench. Yeah, you'd catch a whiff of what smells like rotten eggs. That's the result of sulfur-eating microorganisms that create sulfuric acid. The acid evaporates and turns into hydrogen sulfide gas, which gives off a putrid aroma. Oh. Get a little closer and you'll be able to feel that the green waters are hot. Sizzling hot. There's no way you'd even want to stick a toe in them. But that might not be up to you. As you approached the dazzling but stinky hot spring, the ground around it would seem solid. And then you hear a crack. The ground at your feet gave way to your body weight. You were standing on a delicate crust formed by underground minerals dissolved by the water and then redeposited on the surface of the spring. All of this made the crust as thin and fragile as a sheet of ice. Your whole body would be completely submerged. You'd now understand why the word hot in hot springs is not an understatement. The blazing temperatures, hitting 82 degrees Celsius in places, would send a sharp pain through your skin. That's dangerously close to water's boiling point. For context, temperatures of 50 degrees Celsius can give you third-degree burns in 5 minutes. If you fell into Emerald Spring, chances are you'd be dead in 3 minutes or less. Now, before things get really nasty, you could try to push through the pain and pull yourself out of this mess. But even then, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. You would end up in a hospital in critical condition, clinging to your life. But if you didn't make it out in time, you'd begin to boil from the inside out. And this would be just the agonizing start of your very unavoidable demise. You see, hydrothermal vents help turn Emerald Spring into a potent acid bath by perpetually infusing it with chemical microbes. On top of that, microorganisms compound the problem by breaking off pieces of the surrounding rock and adding sulfuric acid to the pool. All that makes falling into Emerald Spring the near equivalent of dousing yourself with hydrochloric acid. When Emerald Spring's water touched your skin, it would cause your tissue to swell and bubble. If it wasn't for your gurgling, you'd be able to feel the popping of your exploding blood vessels. You'd start to bleed out. The fat under your skin would also begin to bubble, and with all that screaming, you'd swallow more and more liquid acid that would burn through your stomach and destroy your internal organs. If your lifeless body wasn't pulled out in time, all that would remain of you would be a thick coat of blood, fat, and tissue floating on the top of the emerald green water. After a 23-year-old man fell into a hot spring in the Norris Geyser Basin, authorities had to delay retrieving his body due to a thunderstorm. The next day, nothing of the unfortunate visitor's body remained. Urban legend has it that all the authorities found were his wallet and flip-flops. Sadly, he's just one of 22 people known to have died from hot spring-related injuries in and around Yellowstone since 1890. In a best-case scenario, you would end up in critical care battling third-degree burns. Worst case, you're dissolved into a fizzy goo. So follow the park rules and don't wander off the designated paths. Hey, hot enough for you? Yeah, I hate when people ask me that too. It's so banal. But in actual fact, it has been hot enough for me. People in regions all over the world, including mine, have been suffering through some pretty intense heat waves lately. I'm not gonna lie, it's been pretty uncomfortable, not to mention pretty stinky, if you know what I mean. But what if you lived in the hottest place on Earth all the time, year round? 40 degrees Celsius, 100 plus Fahrenheit heats every day. Well, there are people who do it. Have a look.
Ever wonder what it would feel like to step into an oven? Welcome to Death Valley, California. Temperatures here can climb to a scorching 54 degrees Celsius, which is as cozy as the internal temperature of a steak. In Death Valley, it's so hot you could fry an egg without a stove. But how soon would you get fried yourself? What would your days in the hottest place on the planet be like? What could you do to survive this intense heat? And what could happen to your body if you weren't careful? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you lived in the hottest place on Earth. It's so hot you can barely breathe. This national park that stretches across California and Nevada might as well be hell on Earth. Located 86 meters below sea level, it's the lowest point in North America. And the surrounding mountains trap the superheated air like an oven. For 5 months of the year, temperatures hover around 48 degrees. You'd think that life there would be unsustainable, but it turns out that Death Valley isn't always dead. It comes to life in the spring as colorful wildflowers bloom and the temporary lakes fill the lowlands. And besides the tourists visiting the park, around 500 people live there all the time. So pack your bags. You're moving to the scorching hot desert to join them. Life in Death Valley would be very different from anything you may be used to. Not just because of the heat, but because it's quite a commute to, well, anywhere. The nearest high school and shopping center is an hour away. It's a 2-hour drive to the closest major city, and there are no doctors, dentists, or restaurants around. Despite this, or because of this, there's a tight community in Death Valley. In the Cow Creek complex, residents of its 80 units share a gym, a playground, and a library. And since they don't get many visitors during the hottest times of the year, they end up spending a lot of time together. Though there isn't much of an entertainment scene in Death Valley, there's a lot to see outdoors. I mean, after all, we're talking about a national park. You could listen to the tiny pops and pings of billions of salt crystals bursting apart in the heat. Maybe enjoy the view of the colored hills thanks to the oxidation of natural metal deposits in the mountains. You could swim in a water-filled cavern, and if you're lucky, you could even catch a devil's hole pupfish, a rare fish that can withstand the hot water. Life in Death Valley doesn't sound so bad. Except for that, it would take some adjusting to the heat. When our body temperature reaches 41.7 degrees, it can become life-threatening. This is known as hyperthermia, and it can lead to deterioration of internal organs and eventually death. In the climate extremes of your new home, you could easily heat up to the point of hyperthermia. Your best bet would be to take it slow. First, don't forget the sunglasses, as the salt-covered basin can be blinding under the sunlight. Make sure you always have sunscreen and protective clothing, and avoid staying outside in the warmer hours, usually from 4 to 5:30 p.m. If you don't want to die of hyperthermia, you should prepare before you even set foot in the desert. Your ability to survive in a hot climate is largely determined by your body shape and size. That's because heat is a byproduct of cell metabolism. So, larger animals with larger bodies and more cells typically produce more heat. Dropping a few kilos or pounds might be a good idea to adjust faster. Most people adapt to the heat after a few weeks, but it could take you a full year to get fully adjusted. At this point, you'd have a lower core temperature and your blood vessels would increase blood flow to your skin. You'd also start sweating more. Not that this should be a problem. And once you start wearing a sweater at 27 degrees, you'd know you're officially acclimated. Feel like upping the stakes of your late-night skinny dips? Well, welcome to Lake Nyos, one of the most dangerous lakes on the planet. Here, your cannonball might just take thousands of lives. What makes Lake Nyos so deadly? How much damage could it cause? And how bad a splash will you make by falling in it? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you fell into Lake Nyos. In the northwest region of Cameroon, Africa, over a volcanic crater lies Lake Nyos, a small lake with depths of about 210 meters. Crater lakes like Nyos tend to release carbon dioxide due to volcanic activity deep below. Usually, this carbon dioxide dissipates slowly as the lake naturally shifts. But if the lake stays still enough, the gas dissolves into the water and continues accumulating there, steadily turning it into a ticking time bomb. So, what would happen if that water were suddenly disturbed? Nyos is one of only 3 lakes known to accumulate deadly levels of carbon dioxide. Agitating this kind of lake could cause something called a Limnic eruption. But hold on, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. You'd have a front row seat to this catastrophe, and without even knowing it, you'd be the trigger of a major disaster. As your body sank into the deadly waters of Lake Nyos, the dissolved carbon dioxide would rise to the surface. The lake would start to bubble, and these bubbles would cause even more turbulence. Have you seen the famous Diet Coke and Mentos eruption? Yeah, that would be you. A 90-meter water jet would explode into the sky, sending you flying as high as Big Ben in London. We'll say you're lucky enough to survive the drop, but you'd still have all the carbon dioxide to deal with. In 20 seconds, all of the accumulated gas would be unleashed in a cloud over 1 kilometer wide. It would spread as far as 25 kilometers away from the lake, and it would travel at a speed of up to 48 kilometers per hour, silently choking most of the living creatures in its path. If you were in a village nearby, instead of soaking in Lake Nyos, you'd hear a strange rumbling sound, followed by the sight of a white mist rising from the lake. The deadly gas cloud would then usher in a gust of wind, putting out any fire that might be around you. This is because carbon dioxide gas is heavier than air, and at high concentrations, it displaces oxygen. No oxygen means no combustion and no fire. But it also means you wouldn't be able to breathe. You would drop dead after a single gasp of air. This is exactly what happened in 1986 when a landslide or an earthquake triggered a limnic eruption on Lake Nyos. In total, 1,746 villagers and 3,500 livestock died instantly. no one was there to witness how its usually serene blue waters turned red from all the iron churned up from the bottom. Still up for a swim at the most dangerous lake on Earth? Well, the Lake Nyos disaster happened when the concentration of carbon dioxide in the lake was at its highest. And since 1986, some safety measures have been taken to avoid this happening again. Like a pipe at the bottom of the lake that now allows the gas to escape safely. But still, I wouldn't recommend risking your life for this experiment. Even with some of the gas being vented, Nyos has just way too much carbon dioxide.
This is the deepest hole mankind has ever dug. It's a straight drop into the bowels of the Earth. For 20 years, Russian scientists and engineers drilled deeper and deeper, hoping to uncover whatever mysteries the hole may hold, earning it the ominous nickname of the Well to Hell. What would happen if, for whatever reason, you fell into this hole? What would happen to your body? How deep would you fall? And what would you find at the bottom? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you fell into the deepest hole on Earth. So, you managed to take the plunge. You'll start plummeting at about 10 meters per second, and every second after that, it gets faster. If we take terminal velocity out of the mix and assume you weigh 80 kilograms, you'd eventually reach a speed of 490 meters per second. So, as you fall deeper and deeper, what would happen to your body? Falling at such high speed, you'll start to notice things getting a little toasty as your heart rate starts to elevate and panic sets in. You might find it getting a little harder to breathe. Why? Well, at 150 meters down, your poor lungs would be getting crushed by the constantly increasing air pressure. You might also encounter what cave explorers like to call foul air, deadly underground pockets of carbon dioxide. Great. Things can't get much worse, can they? Yeah, they can. Less than 3 kilometers into the trip, you're going to see your skin start to burn up. Literally. And as you continue to fall, it only gets hotter and hotter. This is because you're being pulled closer to the gravitational center of Earth and its molten core, which is baking the planet from the inside out. A temperature of 80 degrees can severely burn a person's skin in less than a second. At this point in the hole, you're feeling heat of over 180 degrees. On the bright side, you've probably already passed out. When you fall out of a plane, you can pass out from lack of air but wake up as oxygen becomes more available and catch a glimpse of the ground as you smack into it. Down here, you're not waking up. Okay, so things don't look good. But let's say you came prepared and wore an atmospheric diving suit to help with the increasing pressure as you fell. It's heavy, but it will help with that breathing problem. In 2016, Luke Akins jumped from over 7,600 meters without a parachute and survived without a scratch. Granted, he landed in a net, so if he's allowed to have one, you can too. Okay, so you land in the net. Great. Including your terminal velocity, you have successfully managed to free fall 12 kilometers straight down at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. How long were you falling? Well, factoring in air resistance and terminal velocity, the whole trip took just over 3 minutes. And now, you've got to get back out. This is not going to be easy, but it may not be impossible. In 2018, Alex Honnold managed to scale Yosemite National Park's 914-meter tall El Capitan granite wall without ropes in just 4 hours. Granted, he wasn't wearing a huge suit like you are. This big outfit wouldn't help you climb, and you would need some climbing equipment to help you get a better grip on the walls of the hole. But what's it like down there? To answer that, let's flash back to 1971, in the Kola Peninsula of northwest Russia, to be exact, when Russia began work on the Kola Super Deep Borehole. Measuring in at just over 12 kilometers deep, the Kola Super Deep Borehole is the deepest hole humankind has managed to dig on Earth. Team Kola had managed to break the world record for drilling depth, trying to get a leg up on the US during the Cold War. Eventually, though, they encountered temperatures of 180 degrees, which melted their equipment, so the hole was capped in 1992. When you're at the bottom, you'd find things are warm, to say the least. Not to mention, your body would be dealing with air pressure equal to 54 elephants perched on top of your head, weighing in at a whopping 378 tons. Talk about a headache. At least you could admire some of the 2.7 billion-year-old rocks down there. But really, could something like this, falling down this hole, ever happen? Who knows? To be honest, we're still trying to figure out the equipment requirements for digging this deep, let alone finding someone crazy enough to take the plunge. Luckily, the Kola Super Deep Borehole only has a diameter of 23 centimeters, so it's too narrow for you to trip into. And even with its record-breaking depth, the Kola Super Deep Borehole is only a fraction of the thickness of the Earth's crust. But it does make you think about what humans are capable of.
Went to a party last night and I got stuck talking to a super borehole, but that's another story. The Kola Super Borehole has been sealed up, so you can no longer fall into it or drop things into it. But you'll get 2 more chances to fall into super boreholes soon because China is digging 2 more. One is going to be 10,500 meters deep. The other one's going to be 11,000 meters deep. Let's just hope that they also keep them to 23 centimeters so that my waist does not fit through there. Okay, our next story is kind of timely because a week or so ago, a former Air Force intelligence officer was testifying before Congress about UFOs, and he believes they exist, that the government knows about them, and that they're not telling you about it. Now, we've heard about UFOs before, they've been debated in Congress, but this is the first time a witness has ever been brought forth. Now, he didn't have any physical evidence, so we don't know what to believe, but if you want to try and find some physical evidence, why don't we all get together and storm Area 51?
If you happened to wander into the Nevada desert and stumbled upon the secret US military base, Area 51, you'd quickly be arrested, killed, or maybe even abducted by aliens. But what if you happened to organize 1 million other people through social media to storm Area 51? I mean, they can't stop us all, right? Or can they? And if you did manage to get into the base, what would you see? This is What If, and here's what would happen if 1 million people stormed Area 51. If you haven't heard of it before, Area 51 is a highly classified US military base. It's heavily rumored to have secret military technology, and perhaps aliens. For decades, it's been the source of conspiracy theories, but now you want to see if any of those theories are true. How do you get to Area 51? It's off limits to visitors, so it may not be on your GPS. But there are online guides that you'll need to use. The closest airport is in Las Vegas. From there, you'll have to rent a car and drive through the southern Nevada desert for several hours. Keep in mind that there are going to be 1 million other people doing the same thing as you. If you think traffic in your city is bad, just wait till you see this. Nevada's most populated city, Las Vegas, has less than 800,000 people living in it. In fact, the entire state of Nevada only has about 3 million people. Adding another million people all at once would seriously damage Nevada's infrastructure. The roads to get to Area 51 aren't an 8-lane highway. Instead, they're small 2-lane roads and dirt trails. If 1 million people decided to do this, they may not even make it to the military base. Instead, they may get stuck in traffic or get into an accident. So much for seeing any aliens. But let's imagine that everyone somehow makes it to the front gates of the base. Now 1 million people are ready to storm Area 51. What happens next? Well, you and your friends are peaceful people, so you wouldn't be carrying any guns. You're just simply running into the base. As soon as you crossed the Area 51 borders, you'd quickly be met by the base's private security. These people, also known as Camo Dudes, have weapons in hand and patrol the base 24/7 in white pickup trucks. You wouldn't be able to sneak up on any of these guys, as they'd surely know you're coming. And it wouldn't just be the private security trying to stop you. With an event this big, the whole world would surely know, and it would be impossible to keep it a secret. Area 51 is a detachment of Edwards Air Force Base, which is located in Southern California. Thousands of active military members are stationed at Edwards. You could expect to see them, along with thousands of other armed soldiers and police members. They'd have their guns, tasers, tanks, and who knows what else. The armed forces would try to keep casualties at a minimum, but they'd still be hitting everyone with pepper spray and other non-lethal weapons. They'd still be determined to keep what's inside Area 51 a secret. So most likely, the Camo Dudes and their military counterparts would open fire on the crowds. And they're authorized to use deadly force, so don't be surprised if they started firing bullets. If you're lucky enough not to get shot or pepper sprayed, you'd get arrested. But what if you somehow managed to sneak past all the guards? Well, despite this, you still wouldn't be at the actual Area 51 base. At least not yet. You'd have to find it. That's because the original Area 51 base occupies a space of 150 square kilometers, but the property surrounding it is 1,600 square kilometers. It's reported that the base is discreet with blacked out windows and hardly any visible lights from the outside. You could be walking around for hours before you found it. But once you reached Area 51, what would you see? Well, we're not really sure what's there, which is what makes this so exciting. Crazy military technology, UFOs, or even aliens could be lurking about. Proceed with caution though, as some suspect that the base is heavily polluted from decades of government experiments. If that's true, just being in the base without proper equipment could result in you getting sick or dying. So, storming Area 51 probably isn't a good idea. It would most likely result with you getting sick or arrested or dying. Sorry, you won't be getting a baby alien as a souvenir gift.
Whoa! Watch your step! One little stumble and you could fall face first into a pit full of nightmares. Hundreds of angry rattlesnakes. How would they be able to see you? What would happen to your body if you were bitten by hundreds of snakes? And why would sucking the venom out not save your life? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you fell into a pit full of snakes. Rattlesnakes live in the forests, grasslands, and deserts of the United States and South America. You can identify them by their triangular head shape and, of course, their distinctive rattle. Running into even just one of these serpents in the wild would be enough to make you scream. And there's a good chance you'd find a lot more than one. Rattlesnakes often live together in dens or snake pits to avoid freezing and protect each other from predators. If you fell into one of these deadly pits rattling with venomous vipers, could you make it out alive? You picked the wrong day to fall into a hibernaculum. That's the official Latin name for the dens where snakes gather together. Depending on the snake pit and your luck, you could find yourself face to face with anywhere between 8 to 300 rattlesnakes. Winter is the most likely time you'd find hundreds of them congregating for warmth. If you happen to fall directly on top of these snakes, it would be only a matter of seconds before they'd attack. Yet, by some stroke of good fortune, you'd land in the den without immediately disturbing them. That's not to say that you'd be out of trouble, because these snakes would be on high alert. Their primary defense mechanism is to hide, and You just blocked the only exit. Rattling and hissing to scare you off, they'd use a couple of unique methods to hurt you. The rattlesnakes would know exactly where you are. During the day, these snakes can detect you by sampling the air with their tongue and tasting it with an organ near the roof of their mouth known as the Jacobson's organ. This organ tells a snake which direction higher concentrations of airborne molecules are coming from. At night, rattlesnakes use their pit to locate you. And no, I don't mean the hole you just fell into. I'm talking about a small hollow spot between a rattlesnake's eyes and nostrils. It's also called the pit. This area of the snake's head contains a membrane that can detect infrared radiation from your warm body. Just like in the Predator movies. All of these hundreds of snakes would be able to see you up to 1 meter away. Now the only question would be, how soon till they strike? Oops, I spoke too soon. The first one would sink its fangs into you, injecting its venom under your skin. Even if only one of the hundreds of snakes bites you, you'd be in trouble. Approximately 1 out of every 736 people who suffer from a rattlesnake bite dies. That means more people die from rattlesnake bites than any other snake bite. As more and more snakes began to attack you, they deliver more of their poisonous venom to your body. It only takes seconds for the venomous cocktail to travel from the fangs and into your tissues. But what is this deadly concoction? Rattlesnake venom is a complex mixture of different proteins, metals, and macromolecules that affect your organ systems. The venom coursing through your veins contains enzymes that lead to cell death, known as necrosis. At first, you'd experience some of the less severe symptoms, mild swelling, pain, and bruising, but you could also start to vomit or see your heart rate rise to more than 100 beats per minute. If more severe symptoms kicked in, you'd feel extreme pain, like being stabbed or burned by an explosion. Your airways would start to swell, cutting off your air supply, and you could slip into an altered mental state. But the worst would be yet to come. Your blood would become unable to clot, so you'd lose a ton of it, and your muscles would become weak, stiff, and would even start to break down entirely. This would make escaping the pit very difficult. You'd have to find all the strength you could muster to climb out of this snake pit. And now, you'd need to get some antivenom as fast as possible, ideally within 4 hours. Antivenom stops venom from binding to your tissues, which is what causes serious blood, tissue, and nervous system problems. The question would be, how much would you need after being bitten by so many snakes? One young girl in California who survived bites from 1 adult and 6 baby rattlesnakes required 4 doses of antivenom. You might need more than the hospital has in its inventory. And beware, trying to suck out the venom from your wounds or making a tourniquet wouldn't help you much in this case. Cutting off the blood flow would just lead to a higher venom concentration in one side of your body. The best thing to do would be to stay calm. Don't touch your wounds and, of course, get medical attention immediately.
Uh-oh. You just fell into a pool. With this thing. What is this? How would falling in here affect your health? And could you actually survive this? This is What If. And here's what would happen if you fell into a pool full of spent nuclear fuel rods. This is a spent nuclear fuel pool, and you've just accidentally fallen into it. But what exactly is this thing? This large pool of water is meant to cool spent fuel rods after they come out of a nuclear reactor. While powering a nuclear reactor, these fuel rods become very, very hot. We're talking 2,800 degrees. After it's spent 3 to 6 years inside of a nuclear reactor, a fuel rod is no longer efficient. Problem is, it still emits plenty of harmful radiation. And it will for the next 10,000 years. Even though it's trash, there's not a garbage dump in the world that will accept it. So, why is water a good place to put these things? Not only does the water spend several decades cooling the fuel rods, but it also affects their radiation. The water essentially acts as a biological shield, with hydrogen absorbing and deflecting the radiation bouncing against it. This makes it completely safe for you to stand near the pool with no ill effects. But what happens if you fall in the water? Well, as soon as you orient yourself, you'll quickly notice the temperature of the pool. This big tub of water won't be the refreshing dip you're looking for on a hot summer day. Instead, it'll be around 30 degrees. So, a bit colder than your average hot tub, but still very warm. Let's hope you didn't accidentally turn off the water flow as you're falling into the pool. If you did, then you'd be in some serious trouble. Spent nuclear fuel pools are constantly cycling out water in order to keep it at a cool enough temperature. Remember, these fuel rods are incredibly hot, and if the water isn't cycled out, then it would heat up significantly and slowly evaporate over time, resulting in you burning to a crisp. But that didn't happen. So, now that you're starting to swim in this hot pool of water, when does the horrible radiation poisoning kick in? Or when do you turn green and start to gain superpowers? These are the sort of things that are supposed to happen when you fall into something that has nuclear fuel in it, right? Not exactly. Although that sounds like fun, it wouldn't happen to you if you fell into a spent nuclear fuel pool. That's because of the water. Not only does it protect the people outside of the pool, it'll also protect you if you happen to fall inside one. As long as you don't swim several meters underwater to touch the fuel rods, you'd be completely fine. Yeah, in theory, you could swim in this pool until you looked like a raisin without feeling any negative effects. Although they're protecting something incredibly dangerous, spent nuclear fuel pools are quite serene and kind of boring. In fact, this might be a lot cleaner and safer than your average public pool. You won't find any germs or children peeing in the water here. And swimming in this pool would expose you to less radiation than you experience in your everyday life. We encounter radiation in medical procedures such as X-rays and CT scans, from certain fuels like gas or coal. Even our televisions and other screens give off tiny traces of radiation. Swimming in here isn't any more dangerous than watching a what-if video.
66 million years ago, a giant asteroid struck Earth, wiping out the dinosaurs and 75% of the other animals on Earth. Devastating, yeah, but this was millions of years ago. What if this asteroid were to collide with us today? Is there any chance we could stop it? What parts of the world would be most impacted? And why might this end up being a good thing? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the dinosaur-killing asteroid struck in 2024. Okay, let's see what kind of asteroid we're dealing with here. Known as the Chicxulub Impactor, this asteroid was as wide as 100 to 200 football fields. That's 10 to 20 kilometers wide. And now it's coming directly toward us, specifically the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. If you think you can run away from this thing, yeah, no chance. It's hurtling toward Earth at 20 kilometers per second. Suddenly, it crashes into the sea, killing everything in the immediate vicinity. But that's not all. A thermal pulse radiates out from the blast site, releasing the energy equivalent of 10 billion nuclear bombs. Cue an enormous shockwave of air that destroys everything within 1,500 kilometers. Plants and animals are shredded, forests burned to the ground. A magnitude 10 earthquake would crack the earth open. Quakes would radiate throughout the United States. Massive tsunamis would rise. Mexico City, Florida, and Texas would all feel the effects. I know Texas has talked about seceding, but I don't think this is what they had in mind. Now, although there will still be life on Earth, it might not last much longer. plumes of dust and sulfur in the atmosphere block the sun. For the next 15 years, it's a cold, dark, awful winter. Only a few of us will make it out alive. But maybe the humans that do survive will be able to rebuild Earth. And funny enough, that massive asteroid that caused all the damage, well, it might hold the key to a stable new future. If you want to see what I mean, let's head to the impact site. Some of the most valuable materials known to humans are scattered within this massive crater of destruction. And luckily for us, it's not 66 million years ago. It's 2024 and we're Homo sapiens, creatures with really big brains and bright ideas. No offense to the T-Rex, but they definitely weren't getting Wordle in 2, and they definitely weren't tracking the sky for asteroids. But there's a team at NASA doing just that. And if we were able to spot an asteroid ahead of time, could we somehow steer it off course? Well, it's possible to deflect an asteroid from its path. Here's 5 different options we can explore. The first possibility is a kinetic impactor. This is the only deflection option scientists have tested so far. The idea behind it is to violently slam an object into the asteroid, pushing it off its path. NASA tested this technique in 2022 by slamming a spacecraft into Dimorphos. Dimorphos is the moon of a near-Earth asteroid, and thanks to the force of the collision, it's now going faster. So, in theory, we could use this option to move an asteroid off course. But there's a bit of a problem. The asteroid we're dealing with is way too big. In order to successfully knock it off course, we'd need multiple kinetic impactors. I'm not liking our chances with this one. Let's see what else we got. Okay, the second option for deflection is called a gravity tractor. Think of this like your dog pulling on its leash, taking you down a different path to smell something interesting. Minus the dog and the smell. Here, a spacecraft flies next to an asteroid, changing its path by the force of its gravity. Unfortunately, there's a big problem with this method. Well, for starters, it takes a really long time, and again, it only works on small asteroids, ones that are less than 500 meters in diameter. Yeah, this will be a no-go when it comes to the massive asteroid heading toward Earth. Okay, the third option is something known as an ion beam shepherd. But instead of herding goats, this shepherd is a spacecraft herding the asteroid out of our way. The spacecraft has an ion engine which generates an exhaust of accelerated xenon ions. These ions are super powerful charged particles, and the force of these charged particles deflects the asteroid. But probably not powerful enough to deflect a Chicxulub repeat. Okay, next up, space lasers. Now, if you're imagining zapping the entire asteroid with lasers so it vaporizes, no, that's not it. Unfortunately, it isn't as cool, but it can be effective. The laser is trained on the surface, creating plumes that push the asteroid away. And if we had enough lasers that were powerful enough, this might be a viable method. Finally, for a really big asteroid like the one we're dealing with here, and something's got to be done, there's always nukes. Now, this would be incredibly dangerous because there's always the possibility of fragments of the asteroid or other space debris falling on Earth. Not to mention, launching nukes in general is a super risky endeavor, but let's be real. An emergency like this probably justifies us unlocking the nuclear codes. Scientists tell us that sending a nuke that detonates next to an asteroid 2 months ahead of time could vaporize 99.9% of the asteroid's mass away from Earth. Sounds pretty good to me. Now, all of this only works if we spot the asteroid way ahead of time. If for some reason we don't, and an asteroid suddenly came out of nowhere, we'd have a mass evacuation. The evacuation zone would be determined based on the size, speed, and angle of the impending impact. Since it's hitting the Yucatan Peninsula, well, the US, Cuban, and Mexican governments would be busy evacuating people in Mexico, Cuba, and parts of the southern United States. The three governments would have to create alternative arrangements for food and shelter for hundreds of thousands of people, maybe more. Now, mass evacuation doesn't sound like a walk in the park, so is there any upside to having an asteroid land in our backyard? Well, yeah, there are amazing gifts the asteroid could bring us. A whole host of valuable minerals. Due to their highly inconvenient locations in deep space, like in the asteroid belt, these space rocks are extremely difficult to mine. But this would change if an asteroid landed on Earth. Just a single asteroid is estimated to contain a ridiculous amount of gold. 700 quintillion. That's enough zeros to give every person on Earth $93 billion. And there are other elements that we might be able to extract as well. Cobalt, platinum, nickel. In fact, the pressure with which the asteroid crashes can transform one element into a more valuable one. For instance, at a meteorite crash site in Australia, a rare mineral, rhyodite, was found. It was formed out of zircon as a result of the high pressure and temperature of the impact. And mining these elements from asteroids could free us from the human rights issues that have been part and parcel of traditional mining. Caliber mining follows ethical mining practices, but not every mining company does. In addition, mining asteroids would be more environmentally friendly, free of the danger of releasing toxins like lead and arsenic into our water. Today, large impact craters in South Africa and Canada are already being mined. They're rich sources of nickel and gold. The devastation from the crash of an asteroid would be horrific, but if it turns out it's unavoidable, that devastation may hold the clue to new resources and new growth. But this is what would happen if the Chicxulub asteroid hit Earth. Now, what would happen if an asteroid hit the moon and cracked it in half? Well, that sounds like a story for another What If. Humans merging with AI, the ability to control the weather, reinstating extinct species. These are just a few of the things that will happen in the next 100 years. Hop in our time machine and get ready for a wild ride as we travel decade by decade, exploring what humanity will look like in terms of technology, space exploration, and more. 2025 to 2035.